Say, you gonna make me some? You're right, dude. No, now it's new. I was about to say, what are those little bracelets they get on the race? Flirt? Yeah, the flirt. I gotta get that like arm slinky that like you can go and like connect hands with people and they just like sling down into their hand. Top pocket of his bag, I think there's a bunch of pens in there. Oh, yeah. All right, well, we'll give these guys a little bit of time then still. Just to finish up. I'll make sure that kid gets it. I'll say, if you're sound going into there too, or is it just going into the speakers?
I can't hear you, bud.
Like your background sound? Is it actually?
Oh, it doesn't pick it up. And we got copyright free stuff. So we're good. But yeah, if you stay in here, you're fine. Or if you go in there,
I'm not going to come here with this
yeah.
thing. You guys situated right away, just to make sure. And then we'll shut down the wave, take a photo with everybody.
Check, check. Check, 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 check. All right, up on the wave, Winter Nguyen.
No audio.
All right, solid run there for Winter on her first run. That'll bring our last rider in the lineup, Rhett Powell, coming into the wave. Rhett going right to work with that nice little DK roll. Pops it up, nice little DK back carve all the way up on the top of the rail. Pulls it around, DK roll down into the prone, just comes out the back of the wave with less than 10 to go. Oh, goes for the rodeo to prone, just comes off the side of the wave, and that will be time for Rhett Powell on his first run. And that means we are back to the top of the lineup here. Dylan going to be coming in for his second run here in our junior bodyboarding division. Junior flowboarders, you will be up next, junior flowboarders. So make sure to check that Stacked app, check your jersey, and be ready and on deck for that. Oh, jeez. Nah. It's just got to go through the loops.
You just put it through the loop. It just press in there. Yeah.
Minor clock malfunction. All right, looks like we are now set ready to go for our second runs here. Thumbs up from the judges. Dylan coming on in. Pulls that board around for that assisted 360. Oh, just a little bit too much momentum coming up on the top of the wave. Still got plenty of time. Pops right back into the double knees. Pulls us up on top of that board. Catching that rail. Nice little back carve action there. Oh, just a little bit too much on that rail. Less than 5 to go here for Dylan. Goes with a nice little rolo action. Getting into the wave, and that will be time for Dylan on his second run. All right, Ben Tarlow back up on the wave. Nice little 360 action. Assisted 360 going the other way. Pulls it around, giving us some nice control there. Nice little Rolo action there. Less than 5 to go here for Ben. Nice double knee 360s right up on the top of the wave. gives his, oh my goodness, he just got him so wet over there. That's why you don't sit in the splash zone, Josh. I just saw the replay too. It was pretty epic. I was about to say, shout out in the chat to Julio Barreto. Hope everybody in the chat, sorry for a little malfunction, not having any of that audio there, but we appreciate y'all being here for stop number 4 on the U.S. Flow Tour 2025 edition as Luke Powell up on the wave in the drop knee stance. Carves up that board. Goes with a nice little drop knee 360. Less than 5 to go here for Luke. Sets it up on the back of that board. And that will be time as he goes for the shove it. Sits down on it. I don't know if that's considered a land, but still solid run there for Luke on his second run here in our junior bodyboarding division. All right, that'll bring back in Winter and Win. Winter starting it off right in that double knee stance. Pops it up into the drop knee. Brings it back down into that double knee. Nice little rolo there. Nice little 360. Oh, just catches it a little bit on that revert with less than 5 to go still. And that will be time. She just catches that rail on that assisted 360. And that'll be time for Winter's second run here. All right, thumbs up from the judges. 30 seconds on the clock. Rhett Powell going to work. Nice little 360 down there by the nozzle. Goes with a nice DK roll there up on the top. Swings it around, back carving it all the way across that railing. Halfway through his run, goes for the rodeo flip. Nice controlled style there from Rhett. Goes for the big spin. And that will be time for Rhett Powell's second run. Solid maneuvers there for Rhett. That means it is now officially third and final run times here. This is the crunch time. This is where all the marbles are put onto the wave, metaphorically. Oh, nice little front roll action there from Dylan. Pops it up into that double knee stance. Swings it around 360. Less than 10 to go here for Dylan. Goes now another 360 there. Oh, goes for that opposite side 360. Just catches that rail, and that will be time for Dylan's third run. Hi, Matt East. Good to hear from you, buddy. All right, Ben Tarlow, third and final run time, junior bodyboarding division. Goes right to work with that nice prone 360. Snaps it off opposite direction, going all the way across the wave. Halfway through his run, pulls it out up into that double knee stance. Nice combo of a couple 360s there, going all the way across. Less than 5 to go here for Ben. And that will be time for Ben Tarlow. Spinning it all the way until he can't even stop. I didn't see that. What was that? Luke going back in for his third and final run here in that junior bodyboarding division. Pops it up into the drop knee stance. Goes right for that DK roll. Oh, just catches that front edge again.
That's a good question, though. I think Maddie fell.
And he knows, you get a couple falters like that, you just don't even want to go and worry about getting back in the wave after that. Yeah, Matt, the FOMO is real. It's my first competition of the year, and I'm glad to be here in Pennsylvania. Let's go! I'm also saving Josh from having to lose his voice. All right, third and final run time here. Winter Nguyen up on that drop knee stance. Carving it back and forth across the top. Nice 360 there. Pops it back down into the double knees. Nice little air underneath that Rolo. Into a nice prone 360. Less than 5 to go here for Winter. Pulls it back down into the prone. Gives it one more nice prone spin. And that will be time for Winter. Awesome ride there for her. It's always the best part about our junior division, Josh. We always got a combination of every walks and styles of people, from the super groms to the groms. It's what we like to see out here. Yeah, because we will have our junior flowboarding division up next. So we'll have Alex in the green, Blake in the red jersey, Luke in the blue, Abby in the white, Rhett in the black, and Amanda Nye in the gold jersey, as Rhett Powell going to work, spin rolling it up into the drop knee. Nice little DK roll there. Goes for the big spin. Just got his body a little bit out in front of his board there. And less than 5 to go. He's going to pop on in right at the end with a nice little roll action into the board. And that will be time for our junior bodyboarders division here. Junior flowboarders, you are up next. Do you want the order?
So, can you please do men's flowboard? You should do men's flowboard, right? Men's open? You should.
Hey, Robert, are we doing no practice?
No practice, no.
Oh, wait, hold on one sec. Never mind, he's ready.
Yeah, he's the first one.
Yeah, he's number
Sounds your competitor already ready, man.
where we at? 10:40 and we're on junior bodyboard? Yeah. Oh, it's one of his competitors, right?
Alright, you ready to do this?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, we are ready to go. And we got our youth flowboarder hanging out with the juniors here. Right now, we got Alex Nosov. Nice little stand-up game there. Keeping himself nice and controlled up on that board. Oh, just get a little bit of that front edge, but still great job there from Alex. He's going to get that board in there and be able to go right back in one more time. Stoked to see Alex out here with all these competitors. There we go. Keep that arm out in front of you. We see him waving his arm around there. We call that the washing machine. He's just circling around and around and around. Ah, awesome job there for Alex. All right, next up in the red jersey, that'll bring up Blake. All right. Looks like judges are all set. Thumbs up, ready to go. Blake going to be starting us on in from the nozzle. Brings us up all the way around that entire surface of the wave. Get a little ollie action there. Getting his little air underneath that board. Halfway through his first run. Tried to get a little bit of air under there, but just couldn't quite get that amplitude up. Less than 5 to go here for Blake. Brings it up all the way to the top of that wave. And that will be time for Blake's first run. All right, back up on the wave. We got Luke Powell. He's trying to go for that roast beef grab. Just couldn't quite get his hand on that board. Hey, there we go. Got it that time. Goes for that backside 180 air. Nice 1-8 shove it there for Luke. Less than 5 to go. Thought about doing something big there and said, I'm going to take it easy this run. Get a good solid score in there. We'll do it later. Just randomly throws a varial after the buzzer. Huh? This ain't the Outlaw division, dog. All right, next up in the white jersey, Abby Boddicker. Abby going to work with a nice little ollie there on the right side. Pulls it down into the flats, gives a nice little 1-8 shove it. Brings it up with another 1-8 shove right at the top of the wave. Says, I'm going to go and throw one going across the top of the wave this time. Goes another nice little 1-8 ollie. Less than 5 to go here for Abby. Spins it around 360 into a shove it, and that will be time for Abby Boddicker's first run. I was about to say shout out to the chat to Anthony Moyer. What's up, buddy? Good to see you in the chat, as always. And thank you to everybody who's on the Flowrider Inc. live stream right now, checking us out from all over the world. We appreciate you joining us here from Camelbeach as Rhett Powell goes to work, kicking out an ollie north. Doing that one for Joel Stevens. Nice little backside 180 air. With a 1-8 shove it going across the nozzle there. And another 1-8 shove it on top. Less than 5 to go here. Pops that fast plant, dropping it right down underneath his feet. And that will be time there for Rhett Powell. It's a solid riding here in our junior flowboarding division. All right, and our final competitor in the lineup, Amanda Nye, going in that gold jersey, starting it off. Nice little 1-8 shot. Oh, but just getting a little bit too much on the heels there. Still got halfway through her run. Got plenty of time to go to get those scores up. She's going to pop on in from that right corner pocket. Checks it down, gets another nice little 1-8 shove there. And that will be time for Amanda Nye. Yes, give a shout out to me because I don't have to go and make you do more things. All right, that'll bring us back to the top of the lineup with Alex going to be going on in. Looks like we're going to get a little help from our video guy, TK, coming on in there. It's going to be awesome. All right, whenever you're ready, Alex, we're going to get you on in there. So we got fellow pro Monica Caffrey going on in. And then We got Mr. TK getting a little squirrely in there, but hey, we got him out up on the wave. There we go. Solid ride in there from Alex, keeping himself nice and controlled. All right, and that will be time for Alex. Solid ride there for him. All right, thumbs up from the judges. Blake coming in for his second run here in our junior flowboarding division. After junior flowboard, we are going to have our masters bodyboarders. Masters bodyboarders, you guys will be up next. Oh, Blake going for the shove it, just cannot quite get his feet up on top of it. And that will be time for Blake's second run here. It's awesome to see these junior flowboarders. They get that first run in, they get that score on the board, and say, hey, we got to go and up our game. We got to go and try to get as big as points as we can. Try to go and win this junior flowboard division today. Because the competition is stacked out here in Pennsylvania. All right, next up, blue jersey, Luke Powell goes to work. Looks like he was trying to go for a double grab in there. Same thing, just getting the tips of his fingers up on that board. There we go, nice little nose grab. Luke's got less than 10 to go and gets that full roast beef grab there. Oh, goes for the 180 ollie, just getting the little heel heavy on that one, and that will be time for Luke Powell. Whee! All right, thumbs up from the judges. Ready to go. Abby Boddicker going in for his second run. Nice little ollie there. Getting some nice amplitude underneath that board. Showing the judges she's got full control over that. Oh, goes for that shove it going across the wave. Saw she's got a little bit too front heavy on that board. Goes off the top of it. Still got about 10 seconds left. Rolls in switch. Setting up here with less than 5 to go. Goes for a big spin. Just a little hand check there. And that will be time for Abby on her second run. All right, judges are all set, ready to go. Rhett Powell coming back in, kicking out that front foot with that ollie north. Goes for the little backside 180 with the little touch grab. Nice little 1-8 shove it up there. And a 1-8 shove it down in the flats. Goes for the 360 shove it. Just catches that edge. Less than 5 to go here. And that will be time for Rhett Powell. Slides it out on the front. Nice and steezy. All right, finishing out the rotation in run number 2, Amanda Nye going right to work. Goes for that nice little ollie. Pops it up to the top. Another ollie right there. Nice 1-8 shove it. And goes with another 1-8 shove. Less than 10 to go here for Amanda. Pops with an ollie going across the top of that wake. And a backside 180 ollie to finish out the run. So solid run there for Amanda Nye. So we got 2 runs in the books. Now it's time to finish it off. And that will bring us back to the top of the lineup. All right, judges are all set, ready to go. Alex Nosov, our Super Grom, joining us with the Groms here. As we got TK Barreto out there, helping him out, keeping him nice and calm up on the wave. Showing some nice control, though, some cool balance. Oh, just catches his feet there. Says, hey, let's join TK for a ride. All right, and that will be time. Do a 360. Just kidding. Don't hurt him. Thank you. Awesome job, Alex. Let's give it up for Alex over here. All right, Blake up for his last and final run here. Junior flowboarding division. Goes to work, giving a little ollie there. Putting a little air underneath that board in the water. Pops it up to the top of the wave. Carving it up back and forth. Showing some smooth style up there. Less than 10 to go here for Blake. He's setting it up, goes down there, gives a little pop ollie there, and that will be time for Blake on his 3rd and final run. Again, after our junior flowboarding division, we will have our masters bodyboarding division. So we have John Matras, Mikhail Tarlow, Eric Needwidick, Patrick Barr, and Tree Nguyen. You guys will be up next. So go ahead and get those jerseys set and be on deck, ready to go, as we will be continuing on with our competition today. Oh, Luke Powell going for a nice little ollie there, but gets a little bit too nose heavy. Switches himself around, gets back up. Halfway through his run, goes for the 1-8 shove it. Knocks that one down. Another 1A shove it there for Luke. Less than 5 to go. Oh, goes for one more 1A shove. Just gets a little bit on the toes, and that will be time for Luke Powell. Hey, good job, TK. It's true. TK was a Grom at one point. All right, third and final run time. Abby Boddicker starting it off right away with a 1-8 shove it. Goes around with another 1-8 shove it in the flats on the opposite side. Nice little ollie with a grab there. Goes for the backside 180 ollie. Less than 10 to go here for Abby. Goes for the big spin, stomps it on down, and that will be time there for Abby Boddicker. So solid runs there. Goes for the 3 shove afterwards. Why not? Let's have fun. And then for everybody here at the park, if you haven't already, make sure to check out that Girl Scout stand over there. You know, they got some cookies. They're making some bracelets. I'm gonna check it out later. You got any of the peanut butter ones? Dang it. Those are my favorite. All right, Rhett Powell, nice little shove it down there in the flats. Pulls the fast plant down, stomps it on the feet. Kicks out that ollie north right at the buzzer, and that will be time for Rhett Powell. Throws a big spin after. Why not? Let's have some fun. That is correct, Matt. The only good ones are the peanut butter ones. I'm sorry, Thin Mints aren't my thing. All right. These judges must be tabulating some things, looking really closely at everything, because I bet the scores are looking really close on that stack tab, as Amanda Nye, our final competitor here in our junior flowboarding division, is up on the wave. Going to work. Nice little 1-8 shove it. Brings it up with a nice 180 ollie. Goes for that big spin, just couldn't quite get the full rotation with it, so judges are going to be looking at everything here. And that will be time for Amanda Nye in his third and final run here in our junior flowboarding division. right, again, the lineup for our Masters bodyboarding division. We got John Matras in the red, going to be starting us off. Mikhail Tarlow in the blue. Then Eric Niedwick in the white jersey. Patrick Barr in the black. And Tree Nguyen going to be in that yellow jersey going last.
Alright, where are we at? Masters bodyboard? Yeah. Alright, cool. We're 30 minutes ahead. That's what we want. Here we go. We're doing Outlaw today. Tomorrow, like, I was talking to Robert. I kind of want to knock that out.
New competitor on my roster.
I got a good photo of you.
I gave my camera to you were taking forever, dude.
You guys need a break, let me know. I'm in. Me and Robert.
Again, we want to give a shout out to Camelback Resort and Camelbeach Water Park here for giving us the opportunity to come on in and take over their wave for a couple days. So appreciate the hospitality here from everybody here in Pennsylvania, especially the crew and everybody out here hooking us up with all this wave time and just being able to go and enjoy the wave this weekend, as we are going to be all set and ready to go into our Masters bodyboard division. So John, we're going to be starting with you. All right, John, we are all set and ready to go. 30 seconds on the clock, starting us off right away, going right into that nice Rolo after the double knees. Keeps it up into that double knee stance. Oh, just catches that top rail, getting a little bit too much on top of it. Still got plenty of time to get back in there, though. Pops it up into that double knee stance again. Nice little hack there. Oh, goes with a nice little double knee roll down into the prone there. And that will be time for John on his first run. All right, thumbs up from the judges. Mikhail going right in, starting off in that double knee stance. Pops it around with a nice little Rolo. Another barrel roll going down across the wave. Pushes that board out, gives it a nice little front flip with a yo-yo. Yo-yos it back out, right up into the double knees, but oh, just catches his body a little bit too much there and goes on top. Less than 10 to go here for Mikhail. Looks like he's going to go ahead and wave it off there, and that will be time for Mikhail on his first run. All right, so next up, Eric in the white jersey going to be coming on in. Starting us off backwards right into the double knee stance. Pops it up into the drop knee. Nice little drop knee 360 combo going one way and then the other. Showing control going each direction with those 360s. Eric's got about 10 seconds in his run. Nice little 360 there going down to the bottom. Combos it up on the top of the wave. And that will be time there for Eric as he squeezes out those set of 360s. So solid maneuvers there from Eric on his first run. All right, thumbs up from the judges. 30 seconds on the clock. Patrick Barr going to work, starting us off in the prone, going with that nice little prone 360. Pops it around, giving us an opposite side prone. Oh, just catches that front edge as he got around. Still halfway through his run, got plenty of time to get back in. Goes right to work into the drop knee stance. Giving the lifeguards a little bit of a douse. Goes for the rodeo. Oh, just couldn't quite get himself back up on the board. And unfortunately, that will be time for Patrick on his first run. All right, our final competitor in the rotation, Tree and Win. Starts us off in that prone. Going to work. Nice little barrel roll going across the wave. Opposite side, doing the same thing. Pulls it up into the double knees with a little double knee roll. Pulls it up into the drop knee with a nice little drop knee 360. Less than 5 to go here for Tree. Another opposite side 360 right as the time expires. So solid first run there for Tree. All right, and that'll put us right back to the top of the order with John going in. All right, whenever you are ready, sir, you can go right on in. Starting us off right away. Double knee, rolling it back down into the double knees. Stays up in that double knee stance. Oh, goes for a little roll-o down to prone. Back up into the double knees, carving it up across the top of the wave. About 10 seconds left. Goes for another roll. Another barrel roll right across the top of the wave. And that will be time for John on his second run. Gives it a little celebratory splash of the wave. That's always the one thing when you have a good run, it's just like, how do I get off of the wave as smooth as possible without doing anything that might hurt myself? It's like, do I fall? Do I just get off on the side? I don't know. You tell me, chat. What's your favorite way to fall off the wave? All right, so next up in the order is going to be Mikhail. Mikhail starting us off in that blue jersey. Goes right to work in the double knee. Rolls it back down into the prone. Goes with one more barrel roll right up to the top nozzle. Gives it a little yo-yo with a front flip action. Goes for the assisted 360. Just could not quite get that last rotation around. Less than 5 to go here from Mikhail. See if he's going to pop on in really quick. Brings it down in. Gives it one more barrel roll try. And that will be time for Mikhail on his second run. After this, we'll be going into our Masters Flowboarding division. So we'll have 2 heats there in our Masters Flowboarding division. So if you are in heat number 1 of Masters Flowboard, be on deck. We'll be coming up shortly. All right, so next up in the order, we got Eric again coming in that white jersey. Eric starting off right away in that prone bodyboarding stance. Pulls it up into the double knees. Brings it into a drop knee stance. Again, drop knee, that 1 foot up, 1 knee down on top of that board. Swings it around with a nice set of 360s right in the middle of the wave. Pulls it around, carving all the way across the top. Nice little 360 with less than 5 to go here for Eric. And goes for the roll. Oh, just cannot quite connect. Basically right on the buzzer. So it's up to the judges to see whether or not he pulled that right on time or if it was just after. Just can't quite know. All right, nice little drop knee roll there for Patrick Barr. Less than 5 to go here for his second run. Carves it on down, says, I'm going to go and take that solid run. Bring it on into the third run for the next one. You would say that, Matt. Come on now. I like when people go and literally just they fall directly on their back, but then they're able to just pop up directly right back onto their board. That's my kind of fall. All right, back up onto the wave. Run number 2, Tree Win. Going with that nice little barrel roll on the side after that 360 entry. Pops it up into the drop knee. Goes across the top of the wave. Nice little back carve action there. Showing some style going in. Getting all the way to the corner pocket. Using every inch of this 2-jet flow rider. Brings it down. Nice little 360 in the flats. And that will be time for Tree Win's second run. So our lineup for our Masters Flowboard Heat number 1 that will be coming in after our bodyboarders are done here. Leo Chung in the red jersey. Patrick Barr going to be in the blue. Brad Buchholz going to be in the white jersey. Mike Caffrey in the black. And Winfield Austin going to be in that gold jersey. So you guys will be up next. As we are back to the start of the lineup for our run number 3 here in our Masters Bodyboarding Division. John Matras going to work right away with that double knee Rolo going in. Goes for another roll back down. Nice little barrel roll there right in the middle of the wave. Brings it right back up into the double knees. Swings it around. Rolled like a little bit on the roll on the back there. Just swinging around on that one. Oh, basically goes for a double knee ollie. Just popping himself right off the board there. But unfortunately just comes out the back. And that will be time for John on his 3rd and final run here. And Mikhail going right into there with a nice little barrel roll. 3rd and final run action here in our Masters Bodyboarding Division. Oh, throws that board out. Oh, it just hit the wake. The wake in the middle of the wave just shoved it a little bit to the side, so he couldn't quite get back up on that board. Less than 10 to go here for Mikhail. Pops himself right back in. Goes for another barrel roll. Oh, just catches that edge and couldn't quite keep himself in. And that'll be time for Mikhail's 3rd and final run. All right, and that will be time there for Eric's 3rd and final run there. Again, if you haven't already been paying attention, go ahead and check out that Stacked app, S-T-A-C-T. It's going to have you all the live scoring updates. Plus, it's going to have your schedule for all the upcoming events coming up later today. As Patrick Barr going for that DK roll, just sort of UFO slung that board out in front of him. Just couldn't quite hold on. Goes for it again, hits it that time. With about 5 seconds left in his run. Let's see how he's going to finish this one off. Goes for the rodeo. Oh, just catches that front edge again. And that will be time for Patrick Barr. And again, if you guys are out there following along on the stream, and if you haven't already, make sure to hit us with a like. Make sure to hit that subscribe button and put on that notifications for all the times that we're going to be doing any sort of live streams or any of those good old phone sessions that we're going to be doing, the little recap videos. So be on the lookout for some more of those coming on later on in the year. As right now, Tree and Win going right to work again in the drop knee stance. Keeping himself nice and calm, collected right up in the top of the wave, going back and forth, 360s in each direction, and back carves it out right at the end as time expires. So solid riding. Might as well throw in a little shove it there in the nozzle. Why not? Let's give it up for our Masters bodyboarders. All right, so Masters flowboarding heat number 1 will be up next. Leo in the red, Patrick in the blue, Brad in the white, Mike in the black, and Winfield Austin in the gold.
Phase 5, Super Duper Surf, Kona Brewing, and Smith.
Again, we want to give a shout out to all of our sponsors here for the U.S. Flow Tour here. Camelbeach Resort, Aqua Flowboards, Phase 5, Smith, Kona Brewing, and Flowrider. Appreciate all the sponsors that we've had throughout the year and coming forward, as I'm going to be able to judge at the same time as talking to you folks. Love it. Just don't say anything bad about me here, boys.
No green?
No green. All right. TK, you on clock?
Yeah.
All right.
How we feeling in the judges' stand, boys?
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Doing good. Happy to be here. How you feeling, everyone online?
Heck yeah. It's a good day in PA.
All right, where are we at? We're at Masters Flowboard. Cool. We're still 30 minutes ahead. Love it.
All right, looks like we are all set and ready to go. Leo in the red, we're going to be starting off with you. All right, 30 seconds on the clock. All set, ready to go. Leo starting us off on the right side there. Going right to work, going right up on the top. Nice little front side 360. Giving us a nice little ollie going across the top of the wake. About 10 seconds in his run. Giving us a nice little nose grab there on that ollie. Another nice little nose grab there. And that will be time for Leo on his first run. So solid start there for him. That'll bring Patrick Barr. Just saw him get off of the bodyboard. Now he's right up into the stand-up. Goes work. Nice little front side 1/8 shove it. Right into an ollie. Another regular 1/8 shove there. Swings it around. 360 right across the top of that wave. Another front side 1/8 shove on the opposite side of the wave. Right into another ollie. Gives another little pop ollie there just to finish out his run. That'll be time for Patrick Barr.
Two tricks in the flats.
Yeah.
All right, Brad coming up next in the white jersey. Brad starting it out, swinging it around into his regular stance, going into a nice little set of front side 360s. Goes with a little pop-off ollie there, getting a little bit of amplitude underneath that board. Another little ollie on the opposite side of the wave. Swings it around, backside 360. Carving it all the way from one side to the other, swinging it all the way around this wave. And finishes off that 360 right at the end of time for his first run here.
Easy does it.
Be safe out there, Anthony. Don't get struck by lightning. All right, next up on the wave, Mike Caffrey. Mike goes to work with a nice little front side 1/8 shove it. Goes right into the ollie there. Pops that board up, fast plants it back down on top of the wave. Less than 10 to go here for Mike. Oh, nice little frontside grind going across the top rail. And that will be time there for Mike Caffrey.
You like, I kind of like hot.
Yeah, I agree.
Just a little.
All right, so that'll bring us to our final competitor in the rotation. Winfield Austin pops it in, starts it in the switch stance. Oh, goes for that switch body varial, just can't quite connect. He knows he's got plenty of time to get back in there. Acid drops it back in the board. Less than 10 seconds to go here for Winfield. Gonna go to work. Swings that board around. Oh, just catches that heel side edge. And unfortunately, he knows he's not gonna be taking that score, as that will be time for Winfield.
Ideal 1.5.
All right, and that means we're gonna be going right back into the top of the rotation with Leo.
Like just have it. There we go.
All right, Leo, 30 seconds on the clock. Ready to go. Pops right into that board from the right side of the wave. Pops that board up. Board varial, finger flips it back down. Oh, just catches his toes just a little bit. Had to walk that one off. Halfway through his run, though, still got some time to get back on the wave. Pops that board down. Swings it back around with 5 seconds to go. Get control, get control. 2, 1, and that will be time. Finish it off. Oh, just a little bit too much on that finger flip there. And that will be time for Leo. All right, Patrick Bark. Oh, goes for that shove it again. Just couldn't quite get his body right on top of that one. Goes a little bit over the toes. Still a lot of time left here in run number 2. Oh, recovers. Still got about halfway through his run. Goes for the front side 1/8 shove. Less than 5 here for Patrick. Goes for the 360 shove it. Got on top of that one. And that will be time for Patrick in his second run here. That'll bring up Brad in the white jersey here for his second run. There you go. Brad getting a little bit of air underneath that little ollie. Nice little ollie there going across the middle of the wave there as well. Swings it around, stalling out those rotations, showing some nice smooth control over those 360s. Less than 5 to go here for Brad. And swings it around one more time, and that will be time for Brad Buchholz's second run.
So he did more his first run.
I get one too.
All right, thumbs up from the judges. Mike Caffrey going right to work, getting a little ollie going across the top of the wake. Brings it on down into the flats. Tries to get that grab in there, just could not quite get the fingers touching the board. A little 1-8 shove it there. Less than 5 to go here for Mike. Swings it around. Oh, goes for that 360 with the shove it right into it. Just cannot quite connect there, and that will be time.
Yes, sir.
All right, and finishing out the rotation, run number 2, Masters Flowboarding Division. Winfield going for that switch body varial there. Goes for it, backside 180 ollie. Goes for that little ollie going across the top of the wake. Less than 10 to go here. Pops that board in, fast plants it back down. And gives us one more little ollie right at the end of the buzzer, and that'll be time for Winfield Austin. All right, and right as we're getting into our semifinal heat number 1, run 3, we are going to go ahead and call out for our heat 2, Ron Gernhardt. Going to be in the red jersey, Eric in the blue, Jess Newman in the white jersey, Mike Fitzpatrick in the black, and Eli Hanono in the gold jersey, sorry. Heat 2, you'll be coming up here shortly. As Leo is about halfway through his run, pops that board up, switches it down, goes into the switch stance. Less than 10 to go here for Leo. And Leo's just going to ride it out in the switch stance there. Oh, he popped that board in just a little bit after the buzzer, though. And that will be time for Leo on his third and final run here. You're next back. Yeah. One more competitor.
I didn't mean you on the clock.
I know we're all anxious to get up there. All right, so Patrick Barr going to be coming up next. Starts it out in the switch stance. Give us a little switch ride and carving up and across the wave. Swings it back around into his regular stance. Gives a nice front side 1H shove it. Another one right up at the top of the wave. Into a regular backside 1A shove. Into an ollie up there. Less than 5 to go here for Patrick. Gives another ollie right up there. Little hand check, but that will be time for Patrick on his third and final run. All right, now Brad can get to go on in. Brad coming in for his third and final run here. Swings it around, front side 360s. Popping that board up, getting a little air. Goes across the wake. Brings it back onto the top. Another set of front side 360 there. Trying to carve it around. Swings it around, another backside 360, and that will be time. Oh, just catches that edge there. With solid riding here for Brad today. All right, that'll bring up Mike Caffrey in the black jersey. Starts off, brings it all the way to the top rail, giving that nice little smooth rail slide. Nice little ollie going up top of the wave. Front side 1-8 shove it. Pops that board down, sticks that fast plant. Less than 5 to go here for Mike. Swings it around. Nice little set of front side 360s. Finish it off in the switch. And that will be time for Mike Caffrey. All right, that'll bring in our final competitor in Heat 1. Winfield goes for that front side shove it right away. He's been watching the Stacked app, looking at the scores, knows that he's got to put down a big score here to try to go and get those advancements. About halfway through the run. Looks like he's setting it up into his switch stance. Pops that board up, pops it down with a switch fast plant. Less than 5 to go. Gives us a nice little ollie there. And that will be time for Winfield Austin. right, again, our lineup for heat number 2 here in our Masters Flowboarding Division. Ron going to be in the red, Eric in the blue, Jess in the white, Mike Fitzpatrick in the black jersey, Eli in the gold. So that's our lineup.
No green, no green.
No green. Looks like we are all set and ready to go. Ron going to be starting us off in the red jersey. 30 seconds on the clock. He is off and running. Starting off with a nice little backside 360 in the corner. Switches around to a frontside 360 going the opposite way. Brings it up, nice little carve there up on the top. Swings it down, stalls it out with that nice little tail stall. Less than 10 to go here for Ron. Pops that board up, stomps back down, getting that fast plant combo. And that will be time there for Ron.
4.5.
Yeah.
That's too low.
Good mediocre.
Leo's is almost about the same.
Yeah, I think
that
that's
range.
probably it. Yeah.
A little more control, a little more movement.
Yeah.
All right, thumbs up from the judges. Eric going to be coming on in now. Eric starting out with a nice little frontside 360. Nice little backside 360 there then. Goes right into another frontside 360. Oh, tries to get a little bit of air underneath that board. Oh, goes the opposite way there too. Oh, but just can't quite keep himself up on there. Unfortunately, I think he just popped it right as the buzzer was going on. So judges are going to have to go and put that into a factor.
Yeah.
All right, next up in the white jersey, Jess Newman. Jess going to work right away with a nice little ollie there. Goes right into a backside 360. Pops a little air under there on that 180. Looks like she was trying to get a little bit of a grab on there, just couldn't quite hit it. Less than 10 to go. Goes around, pulls it around front side 360.
There's a little bit of air.
And that will be time for Jess Newman on her first run.
It's kind of the same as.
Probably low 4. Yeah.
All right, coming in next in the black jersey, Mike Fitzpatrick. Starting us down from the corner. Goes to work, puts a little ollie there. Going across the wake, trying to get a little air underneath that board as well. Another nice little ollie. Pulls it around, nice little huge carve right into that front side 360. Pops it around, body varios off the nozzle. And that will be time there for Mike Fitzpatrick on his first run. Gonna go for that little switch ollie after the buzzer.
It's almost the same as Jessica's.
Yeah, pretty much almost the same. So I would still have that.
Semi-tight.
You were 4.5.
All right, and finishing off the rotation in that gold jersey, Eli Hanono. Goes with a nice ollie, getting some amplitude going across that wake. Swings it back around. Backside 180 ollie. Another ollie there. Again, these competitors, they know they're trying to go up the amplitude, give him a nice little grab in there to go and get himself a little bit of edge. Gives us another ollie there right as the time expires, and that will be Eli's first run.
Back 180 was good. Only one to pop it.
All right, now into the second run time here. Ron going to work. Nice backside 360s. Pulls it up to the top of the wave. Carves it out into another 360. Halfway through his run, pops that board up. Hits that fast plant. Oh, goes for a little ollie going across the wake there. And it goes for one more little ollie there, and that will be time for Ron on his second run.
Yeah, it wasn't as good as the first one. Yes, sir.
All right, next up, Eric in the blue jersey. Starting it off with a nice front side 360. Carves it back into a backside 360 there, right into another front side 360. Showing a little bit of a combination there, going from one direction to the other. Eric's got less than 5 to go in his second run. You can see it's like he wanted to do the little ollie going across the wake there, just couldn't quite get the amplitude up off of that bod. And that will be time for Eric on his second run. All right, that'll bring back in Jess Newman. Goes into that backside 360. Puts a little bit of air underneath that 180 ollie. Swings it around for a front side 360. Less than 10 to go here for Jess on her second run. Goes for the 1-8, shove it, sticks it. And that will be time there for Jess Newman. I know her. All right, next up on the wave, Mike Fitzpatrick. Run number 2 time here. Again, top 3 will advance on into the finals. So Mike goes to work, giving a little love tap there on the board. That ollie grab. Pops that board around, gives it the around the world finger flip. Fast plant, as we like to call it. Swings it around with a front side 360 going all the way across to the top of the wave. Stalls it on out. Body varial onto the nozzle with less than 5. Gives a little switch ollie there, and that will be time for Mike Fitzpatrick. Ooh, goes for that switch shove it. Maybe we'll be seeing that in the run for run number 3. All right, final run of run number 2. Eli Hanono goes to work, ollie across the middle wake there. Looked like he was trying to get a backside 180. Just couldn't quite get that board off the water. Getting a little bit of squirreliness there. But goes for that front side 180 ollie. Oh, just catches his front rail. He's got about less than 5 to go. Maybe he can get one more trick. He says, nah, I'm good. We'll be back for run number 3. All right, we are on to run number 3 time. As Ron goes to work. Nice series of 360s going across the top of the wake there. Gets it up all the way to that top rail, pulls it down, tail stall off the nozzle, using every portion of the wave that you can. Less than 10 to go here for Ron. Goes with another backside 360. And that will be time for Ron. Solid riding here from Ron today.
Same as first.
Solid way to go and put some pressure.
Sell the bubble. I'm not ready. I'm ready.
All right, Eric going in for his third and final run here. Goes a nice frontside 360 going across the wave. Pops it into the corner. Carves it into a nice backside 360 ollie right into that frontside 360. Pulls that board around, goes for that body varial, keeps it into his switch stance. And that will be time for Eric on his third and final run here.
Not the same as.
I like this one better. No, I like that one.
Yeah, I'm gonna go lower than the guy before. Wait, that was blue? Not ready. I'm ready.
Alright, go for it.
All right, third and final run time here. Jess Newman. Goes to work with a nice ollie there, starting off her run. Carves it into the backside, 360, 180 ollies it. Goes to that front side 360 there. Less than 10 to go here for Jess. Goes with that 1-8 shove, sticks it again. And that will be time there for Jess Newman. So solid riding here from all of our Masters riders. Definitely putting some issues, like making these judges work. I'm telling you, I'm here. I'm working hard.
Literally the same. Except she spun out of the other. I'm not ready. I'm ready.
All right. Ready to go. Thumbs up from the judges. Mike Fitzpatrick starting us off in the quarter pocket. Goes to that and ollie with the grab there. Pops that board, swings it around the world, finger flips it down, stomps on it. Oh, just gets a little bit too squirrely and just can't quite keep himself up on the board. He's got about 10 seconds left to get back in there. Maybe throw one more trick. Pops that board down. Goes for the 1-8 shove. Walks it off. Just can't quite stay on it. And that will be time for Mike Fitzpatrick. right, third and final run time. Eli Hanono. Nice little ollie going across the middle of the wake there. Carves it in. Nice backside 180 ollie. Getting that amplitude underneath the board. Giving that nice ollie with the nose grab there. Less than 10 to go here for Eli. Another ollie going across the wake. And that will be time there for Eli Hanono.
Good back one. He actually grabbed.
I think above Jess's.
Yeah, so like above Jess's,
So barely.
not the same as his first one, so like mid to low five.
Yeah.
Period.
Did what he needed.
All right. Once those scores get in, we'll be able to get you a lineup here for our Masters Flowboarding Final. Looks like it just came through onto the tablet in front of me. So going to be starting us off in the green jersey, Winfield Austin. In the red jersey, Ron Gernert. In the blue jersey, going to be Jess Newman. White jersey, Mike Caffrey. Black jersey going to be Patrick Barr. And sneaking it out on that last run with a clutch run was just out of the bubble there. Eli Hanono in the gold. You lucky dog.
What's that back one with Steve's?
And then after our Masters Flowboard Final, it looks like we are going to be having our women's bodyboarding division. So women's bodyboarding, be ready to go shortly after this one's over. Looks like we got Shannon, Dom, Abby, Amanda, and Winter going to be coming up next.
Wait, let me check camera. How's that doing? Solid. Awesome. Hey, what's the streamline battery at? I have another one of those. Oh, he's stealing stuff. He's stealing something.
All right, and it looks like we are all set up here in the judges' booth, ready to go. This six-person final, this is going to be close. I know it is. Just from seeing how everything went into the semis, this is going to be super close between all of these competitors, as we are going to be kicking it off here with Winfield Austin in the green jersey. Judges are all set, ready to go. Winfield going to start us off in that switch stance. Goes for that switch body varial. Just has to put a little bit of a check in there, so judge is going to be looking after that. Then goes to work. Nice backside 180 ollie. Goes with an ollie across the top of the wake there. Less than 10 to go. Oh, goes for the 1-8 shove. Again, just couldn't quite connect it cleanly like he would like to. And that will be time there for Winfield Austin.
Clock ready?
Yep.
right, we got Ron up on the wave. Going right into work into those backside 360s. Keeping himself nice and composed with a nice set of frontside 360s there as well. It's the one thing the judges are looking for, being able to go and do those tricks in both directions and using up all the wave just like that nozzle stall right there. Oh, pops that board up for the fast plant, but just could not quite get it. Slapped him off the shins, and that will be time for Ron on his first run.
Tuski?
Yep. I need like a bib to hold the clipboard.
All right, that'll bring in Jess Newman for her first run. Starting it off with an ollie in the pocket there. Backside 360s it down in the flats. Goes for that 180 ollie, getting a little air under that board. Goes around for the front side 360. Less than 10 to go here for Jess. Gets that 1-8 shove it. She's got that on lock. We know she's been practicing that a lot, and that will be time there for Jess Newman. All right, next up in the lineup, in the white jersey, Mike Caffrey. Goes with a little ollie there, going across the top of the wave. Swings it around, giving a nice little amplitude on that ollie. Oh, goes for the 1-8 shove, just couldn't quite get it underneath his feet. Catches that board in the wake. Less than 5 to go right about now. He's going to pop on in. Oh, goes for it, but just couldn't quite get his back foot on there. And unfortunately, that will be time for Mike Caffrey. All right, next rider onto the wave in the black jersey, Patrick Barr. Checks it down on the bottom, goes with that front side 1-8 shove it. Gives himself an ollie there. Into that backside 1-8 shove it. Into another front side 1-8 shove it. A little bit of an ollie there, less than 10 to go. There we go, gets a little bit of amplitude underneath that one there. Swings it around, front side 360 in the corner. And that will be time there for Patrick Barr.
Could have been better. Nah, I'm going 6 now. Wait, not ready. Okay, I'm ready. He's bribing the judges. I started that.
All right. Final competitor here in run number 1, Eli Hanono. Going to work, giving that nice little ollie, going across the wake. Being able to show, getting that air underneath the board, going from one wake to the other. Nice backside 180 air there. Halfway through his run. Goes to the ollie, gives that little love tap on that front end of the board. Goes with a front side 180 air there. And that will be time there for Eli Hanono. run number 1 in the books. Now on to run number 2 time here in our Masters Flowboard division. Winfield again going for that switch body burial. Just checking it just a little bit with his hand. There we go. Nice backside 180 ollie. Halfway through his run. Oh, goes for the ollie going across the wake there. Pops that board up. Fast plants it back down right underneath his feet. Gives it one last little ollie there right at the buzzer. And that will be time there for Winfield Austin. All right, Ron coming up here, run number 2 time, starting us off with a nice set of 360s going on there. One going backside, one going front side. Brings it up, gets that tail stall all the way up to the top rail, brings it all the way to the front rail as well. Gotta love that. Bringing it back to old school style that we love to see here on the tour. Give a nice little ollie there, getting some amplitude underneath the board. And perfect timing. That will be time there for Ron on his second run. All right, just starting us again. Nice little ollie there. Puts it into a backside 360. Pulls around with that 180 ollie. Another ollie there going on that right side of the wave. Oh, goes for the shove it. She tried to go and switch it up on the different side of the wave, you know, show the kick she can do it anywhere on the wave. Just could not quite get that pop on that one. Unfortunately, that will be time there for Jess Newman on her second run. All right, starting us off from the right side of the wave. Mike Caffrey in that white jersey. Goes to work, brings it all the way up to the top of the wave. Tries to get some air underneath that ollie. There we go, getting a little bit of air underneath that one. Pops that board up, brings it up, fast plants it back down. Mike's got about 10 seconds left in his run. Oh, gets that front side 1-8 shove it, switches it around into his switch stance. A little bit of switch carve action. And that will be time for Mike Caffrey on his second run here. All right, run number 2 here for Patrick Barr. Goes to work, nice big 360 going all the way from one side of the wave to the other. Goes with a front side 360 or front side 1-8 shove it in the flats, then pulls a 1-8 shove it on top. Oh, goes for the front side there. On the opposite side, just sketches out. He's got about 5 seconds left in his run. Pulls it into the flats, goes for another front side 1-8 shove it, and that will be time there for Patrick Barr. right, finishing out the rotation, Eli going into that gold jersey. Gives us a nice ollie there, going across the middle of the wake. Back carves it into that backside 180 ollie. Nice little ollie with that nose tap there. Goes for a nice little alley-oop ollie going from the opposite side of the wave. Gives us a front side 180 ollie there, and that'll be time for Eli Hanono's second run. All right, it's time for the nitty-gritty. It's time for run number 3 here in our Masters Flowboard division. Winfield Austin starting us off right away. Goes to work with that backside 180 ollie. Pulls it around into his switch stance. Pops that board up. Puts the fast plant down. Ollies it across the wake. Less than 5 to go here for Winfield. And gives us one more ollie there up on the top of the wave, and that will be time for Winfield Austin. All right, back up on the wave. Third and final run time here for Ron. Back carves it around right into that backside 360. Right into that front side 360 right in the middle of the wave. Keeping some nice control underneath that board. Going all the way to the top of the rail. Swings it back down. Tail stall off the nozzle. Less than 5 to go here for Ron. Pops that board up. Puts that fast plant down right at the buzzer. And that will be time for Ron's third and final run.
Sheboygan.
All right, third and final run time here for Jess Newman. Starts it off, gives a little bit of love tap there on that front of that board. Oh, just catches a heel side edge. Still got about half of the time left. Get back in there, Jess. All right, Jess got right at about 5 seconds left. Oh, goes for that 1-8 shove it again. Just cannot quite connect. And that'll be time for Jess Newman. All right. Mike Caffrey setting it up in the corner pocket. Third and final run time. Brings it all the way up to the top edge. Give it a nice little rail slide. Doses our friendly people from Camelbeach here in the corner. That's going to be a great video, though. Mike getting that fast plant, though. Right at about the 5-second mark here for Mike. Pulls it up. Nice front side 1-8 shove it. And that will be time there for Mike Caffrey. Patrick Barr coming in third run. If you guys at home are paying attention on that stack tab, you can see these scores are very, very close between everybody. Goes with the work with those front side 1-8 shove-its, gets that backside 1-8 shove halfway through his run, gives us a nice little ollie with some amplitude underneath that. Goes for that 360 shove-it down in the flats. Less than 5 to go here for Patrick. Says he's going to keep it a little bit nice with that little ollie down there in the bottom, and that will be time for Patrick Barr.
In the flats, I don't even do that. That's too sketchy. That's dangerous, though.
All right, it's final competitor time. This is all the marbles right here. Eli Hanono going to work. Goes right for that nice little ollie going across the middle of the wave. Back cars it. Oh, goes for the backside big spin this time. Throwing it for the judges thinking, oh, he's going to go for that backside one. No, he's going to go for that backside big spin. Fortunately, cannot quite connect. Eli's going to have about 5 seconds left here. Let's see what he's going to finish off with. Oh, he sticks a 360 shove it to put it right down at the end of time. And that will be the end of our Masters Flowboarding division here from Camelbeach. We will be right back here in just a few minutes with our Women's Bodyboarding division here shortly.
Take a practice too.
Yeah, I gave 38. Okay. Just 3-7 and all. I mean, it's been better. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
So we are an hour.
Hell yeah. Hit it for me. Yeah.
Am I still in here?
Yeah, we'll do one more. All the boys are eating.
Yeah, finish your shit. We will allow one practice run, yes. It's lunchtime. Some people need snacks.
You're gonna get practice. Are you bitching? Are you bitching? Now we get you get practice moving on.
You guys practice more than anybody else.
Every division gets practice now. Every division gets practice now. Now we do.
Hey,
Dude, you just got off the way from here.
stay on the wave, you get more wave time. It's semantics. Need that practice.
You stick by.
You want more wave? Stay on it.
Hey, TK, hand me that drinking Gatorade right there.
Red or yellow?
That drinking one.
This guy. Drink it. Oh, sweet baby Ray? Yeah. What's up?
This year we got you. I'll give you my credit card. You can go buy whatever you want.
Oh, no, you're good. Be sure. Yeah, thank you so much.
I definitely want to see that video of the wave just slashing. Oh, it's got to look really good. I can guarantee you. You can watch the replay on the live stream too. And for anybody else out there that doesn't know, hey, we have a live stream going too on the Flow Rider Inc. YouTube page. Go ahead, drop a like and subscribe.
All right, you guys ready?
Two. All right, and we are into our women's bodyboarding division here. We got Shannon McDonald up on the wave. Popping it into the double knee stance. Getting both knees on the board. Going with a nice double knee 360. Swings it around for another one of those double knee 360s with less than 10 to go. Bringing that one foot up into the drop knee stance for a drop knee 360. And then that'll be time there for Shannon. So solid first run there for her. All right, that'll bring up Dom on the wave now. In that double knee stance, hopping it into a nice little roll there. Dom now back into the prone, bringing it up into that double knee. Carving it out into a nice 360. And that'll be time there for Dom Lozon's first run. All right, that'll bring Abby Boddicker into the wave. Starting outside into that double knee stance, going right for a double knee 360. Pulls it down for a barrel roll. Pushes that board out in front of her. We call that a yo-yo. It goes out, it comes back. Oh, just catches that edge right there. Less than 5 to go for Abby. And she says, I think we're good for that one. On to the next one. That'll bring in Amanda Nye. Starting us off with that yo-yo there. Goes into that double knee 360. Brings that one foot up into the drop knee stance, into a drop knee 360. Halfway through her first run here. Brings it back down into the double knees. Rolls it back down into the prone. And she slings it around for a set of assisted prone 360s, and that will be time there for Amanda Nye. All right, finishing out the rotation in run number 1 here in women's bodyboarding. Winter Nguyen goes right to work into the double knee stance, brings it into her drop knee, back carves it across the top into a drop knee 360, swings it into the double knee stance, hops it down, rolls it into the prone, into a nice prone 360 there for Winter. Less than 5 to go. One more prone 360. And that will be time for Winter Nguyen's first run. that'll bring us back to the top of the order here. Shannon McDonald goes in, throws out a little yo-yo in front of her with a little bunny hop in the double knee. Swings it around for a set of double knee 360s. Goes in with a drop knee 360 there, halfway through her run. Oh, tries to get a little air under that with the little bunny hop there in the drop knee. One more drop knee 360. And that will be time for Shannon. All right, Dom going right into her double knee stance. Nice little back car spraying a little bit of water in both directions. Definitely do not want to be on the side of the wave when Dom's out there, because she's going to get you wet. Goes right to work. Nice little unassisted double knee 360s there. Looks at the clock with about 5 seconds left. Trying to go for that body three, just could not quite go and swing that board around, and that will be time there for Dom Lozon. All right, that'll bring in Abby Boddicker for her second run here. Goes right for that barrel roll. Oh, just could not quite keep herself into the back of the wave. Still got plenty of time to get back in there. With a little encouragement from her friend. Yes, you could do it. Goes up into the double knees. Nice little double knee 360 there. Another 360. About 5 seconds left. Goes for that barrel roll. Sticks it this time. And that will be time for Abby in her second run. All right, 30 seconds on the clock. Amanda and I getting the thumbs up to go on in. Goes right to work. Yo-yo barrel roll. Throwing that board out. Throwing a barrel roll in there. Nice set of assisted prone 360s. Gives her a barrel roll right there. Right up into the double knee stance. Double knee 360. Into her drop knee stance with a drop knee 360 720. Less than 5 to go for Amanda. Rolls it down into the prone, and that will be time for Amanda Nye. All right, end of the lineup here. Winter and Win starts it off in that prone division. Goes right in. Nice prone 360 there. Into a barrel roll. Going the opposite way across the wave. Another barrel roll. Sticks it up into her double knee. Then into the drop knee stance. Drop knee back carve. Throwing some water out. Nice drop knee 360 there. And carves it out one more time, and that will be time for Winter and Win. All right, third and final run time here in our women's bodyboarding division. Shannon McDonald goes with that nice little set of double knee 360s going the one way. Little bunny hop there. Trying to get some air underneath that board. Brings that 1 foot up into the drop knee stance with a drop knee 360. Less than 5 to go here for Shannon. And that will be time for Shannon McDonald. All right, after our women's bodyboarding division, we are going to go into our men's bodyboarding division. So it's going to be Amon, Tristan, Oro, and Rhett. So you guys will be up next right after this division is completed. But back on the way, we got Dom Lozon rolling in that double knee stance. Brings it around to the back of the board. Bunny hops it up right down into the prone. Dom's got about 10 seconds left in her run. Goes for that prone spinner. Gets it around this time. Less than 5 to go. Bunny hops it right there at the buzzer, and that will be time for Dom Lozon. All right, back up to the top of the wave. Abby Boddicker going in for run number 3. Starts it out into the drop knee. Nice little drop knee 360. Oh, goes for another drop knee 360. Just catches that toe side edge. Still about halfway through the run. Plenty of time to get back in there. Throw some more tricks. Goes with a nice barrel roll. Oh, just gets off the top of the wave and just can't quite stay in. And that will be time for Abby Boddicker's third run here. All right, 30 seconds on the clock. Amanda Nye goes right to work with a nice barrel roll after her entry. Yo-yo barrel rolling there. Into that set of assisted 360s, going around 3 times there for a nice 1080. Brings it up into the drop knee, goes for that drop knee 360. 1, 2. Less than 5 to go here for Amanda. Swings it down, rollos into the prone, and that will be time there for Amanda Nye. All right, our final competitor here in our women's bodyboarding division, Winter and Win, goes right into the drop knee stance. Drop knee carves it right up on the top of the wave. Getting a little bit of spray on that back carve right into that drop knee 360. Brings it around into the double knees, rolls back down into the prone. Winter got about 5 seconds left. Gives us that prone spin. Just couldn't quite get that last rotation. And unfortunately, that will be time for Winter. So that'll be our final competitors here for our women's bodyboarding division. Our men's bodyboarding division will be up next. You guys will be able to get one practice run here really quick. One.
water right now. Just saying. 1, 2, 3, go. What? It's stalemate.
Oh, we all forgot Shannon.
I'm like, bro, that's too much to asking me to be putting scores in the tablet, writing down.
We'll get you out of here, Rob.
You want me to do this?
We all three of us missed putting Shannon's third score in.
Did we?
Right, let me reopen it.
There's like, we all did?
Every single one of us. Hold on, I'm gonna open it real quick. Alright.
No, we did.
No. What did I put for...
You got them right here.
3, 2, 3, 3.
Yeah, you just got to start it again.
I like how that wasn't just like one person, it was across the board.
Josh, I have a question.
Yeah, what's up, bud?
Water for my mom.
Okay, the bucket?
Yeah, where do I fill it up?
Get it from the lamp. I mean, do you have a hose? Yeah, that's on you. Josh.
That was fun, but that was really embarrassing.
You can only get better. Alright?
I'm gonna start doing bodyboarding.
Yeah, exactly.
That's good, Robert.
Robert,
I bodyboarded.
Robert, there's a whole roast beef sandwich right there if someone needs it.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I just need to start going. I never did it. First time on my Yeah, it was fun, but I got shit on my
I want these guys to be breaks and you were doing more of them.
The barrel rolls like almost like hot. I should have just like not done that. I really want to beat that. I really want to beat that Boddicker girl in stand up. I really want to beat Nat.
I'll just be sitting here the whole time.
No, I'll put it on my Instagram. No, suck it. Everybody, let's look at the Boddicker score. Nobody else's.
You didn't hear anything.
Because my Midwest roots tell me that.
Well, I told you, I'm 17, right? It's so How? Oh, no. I'll take Luke's move. Is Outlaw going to be today or not? Today? Outlaw?
We're hoping. Right now we're like 45 minutes ahead. So we can literally get the Outlaw division done today, so we don't have to worry about it tomorrow where it's supposed to rain and stuff all day. We're going to try to get Outlaw division done today, just because we don't want to have to worry about the weather tomorrow. So might as well, when it has the weather like this, put as many things on as we can. Just do only like pro bodyboard, stand up, and all them. And just leave it to that.
after a short little lunch break there, we're back on. We got Amon on the wave. Amon doing a nice little set. DK 360s going all the way across the top of the wave, spinning them back around. And that will be time for Amon. Next up on the wave, Tristan Powell going right to work. Spin, roll, spin, a combo up into the drop knee. Goes for a nice double knee roll there. Goes with a double knee roll back into the prone. Spin, roll, spin, hubcap combination there. Less than 5 to go here for Tristan. Brings it up into the drop knee stance. And that will be time there for Tristan Powell. All right, that'll bring back in Oro, starting off his second run here with spin, roll, spin combo. Brings it up into drop knee. Looks like he was going for a 360 shove it and went a little bit short. Reverts it back around there. Stays up in that drop knee stance. Less than 10 to go here for Oro. Switches it up, goes for a rodeo. Loses his head in the process, but that will be time there for Oro Valentin. All right, yeah, for all of our spectators and everybody here, we do have that Kona Brewing cart that's just over here by that waiver stand. Gonna be open until 6 o'clock tonight, so make sure to get yourself some refreshments and check out Kona Brewing. Official sponsor of the Flow Tour here at Camelbeach Resort. And again, looking at the schedule, we are going to be going to our women's flowboarding division right after our men's bodyboarding division is over. We're going to have Victoria, Sarah, Jess Newman, and Abby Boddicker. You guys will be in heat number 1. All right, going for it there. Just couldn't quite get the landing, but stays down in the prone. Goes with that prone 360. Snaps it up into the drop knee stance. Less than 5 to go here for Rhett. Swings that big spin into that DK roll. And that will be time for Rhett Powell. And again, shout out to everybody here watching the live stream. Make sure you go and hit that like button. And if you haven't already, subscribe to the channel, because that'll give you a little bit of a notification on all the different events that we're going to be having here throughout the U.S. Flow Tour. Especially next stop, we're going to be going to OKC. So if you guys are wanting to go ahead and be in the know about OKC and all the events that are going to be coming on for the U.S. Flow Tour, make sure to go and hit us up with all the notifications. third and final run time here in our men's bodyboarding division. Amon starting off in that drop knee stance. Going with a nice set of 360 spins. Both going in each direction. Showing some nice control of that bodyboard. Amon's got about 10 seconds left. Goes for the rodeo flip. Gets on back on the board. And gives us another set of 360 spins there to finish out his run. So solid riding there from Amon Orr.
Not bad for 2 years off, baby.
Yeah, this is Danny's Pro model. This is our new graphic. This is new graphic. My buddy, he's a 3D artist. Alright.
All right, solid ride there from Tristan Powell. And that will be time for his third and final run. Oh, Oro goes right for it. He decides to up the amplitude on run number 3 here and go straight for the rodeo right off of the, basically the liftoff there. Just goes right at the beginning of his run, trying to go and increase the difficulty. Goes for it one more time, keeps his feet on the board this time. Is able to get back down into the prone. Goes for that prone 360 spin. Pulls it up into the drop knee stance, less than 5. Goes for that roll spin down. Oh, unfortunately, just right at the buzzer, just could not quite keep himself in the wave. And that'll be time for Oro's third run here. Hey, which, by the way, if you want a roast beef sandwich, I guess Winfield has that there. All right, it is third and final run time here. Men's bodyboarding division. We got Rhett Powell coming in. Third and final run. He's going to start us off right away. Goes for the rodeo down to prone, but cannot quite keep himself in the wave. So judges are going to be scoring that accordingly. But he's going to go right for it again. Goes for the seatbelt grab into that rodeo there. Goes for the big spin. Oh, just gets his body too far out in front and just cannot quite connect. He's got about 5 seconds to do. Let's just do a little backflip. Why not? And that will be time for Rhett Powell's third and final run here. Let's give it up for all of our men's bodyboarders here as we will be continuing on into our women's flowboard heat number 1. So we have Victoria in the blue jersey, Sarah in the white jersey, Jess is going to be in the black jersey, and Abby in the gold. You guys can go ahead, get yourself a practice run. Go ahead. get yourself in there for a little bit of a practice, and we will be back shortly here at the U.S. Flow Tour 2025, coming to you from Camelbeach Resort and Water Park.
It's right by a friggin' Gaylord, isn't it?
Yeah, right. Yeah, 5 minutes away from Gaylord. So right on Disney proper.
Have you been to Hard Rock Beach Pond?
Yeah, I built that.
Oh, you built that one? Yeah.
We took that one from the mall. Actually, moved it.
Oh, really?
So that's where Worlds was. We pulled that out.
Yes. Because I seen old pictures of the mall. I've been looking for it.
Yeah, no. So I would. That took me like 4 days.
Right.
17 loads or like 20 truckloads. Just
Is it worth like moving away rather than starting new? Are they
same
setting
owner.
it up? Or?
Forest owner. Same or I don't know. This guy just knows everybody. I forget his name. He just moved it to the Hard Rock. And then Worlds in Bavaro. That's the other one. That's just a little bit more. I guess if you're coming from the airport, like 10 minutes closer. That one's still open. We're gonna refurb. That one's gonna be foam and vinyl. Probably as soon as I get the materials in.
Is that a resort?
Yeah, it's a resort. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I have the contact for both. House, like, I don't know if they let outside guests in, but I can go down there. Are you gonna go down there?
Yeah, we're gonna stay at the Hard Rock.
Oh, okay. Oh, but to check out Royals in Bavaro?
If there's another way I can check out, then I'm always like.
Let me know. Do you have my email? Josh at Flow Rider.
Okay. Yeah, I'll get you on.
Send me an email and I can try it because we're gonna refurb that one.
Oh, you are?
I just don't know when.
Right.
The goods are stuff they paid.
Right.
So I got my deposit, so now I can just start doing it.
Are you doing it before Christmas?
Probably. Yeah. And then probably a pump. Yeah, we'll do a pump service as well.
Right.
So it should be.
Brand
They're not doing decking. No new surface. So
Right.
we'll look at the walls look nice.
You know, if it rides, I'm happy to ride. So I've ridden some crap before. So, I was at Neva when I closed.
Yeah.
And literally the nozzle pad was shredded out there, and they have like a tarp over it, exposed metal.
It's so hard. I mean, we sometimes do venues on notice, but I mean, the Canadian ones just haven't spent a lot of money. Like Edmonton got pulled out.
You're like a big deal in the world of thought.
She's a poster girl, so.
Sunday morning, Monday morning. And we don't like to share the weight.
Alright, am I up? I think I'm up. What happened? Red just have a throwaway run on that last one? What happened to Red on that last one? Yeah.
How do we get this close?
30, we have 3 more divisions. Yeah. So.
Well, baseball, they balance the weight. I think that's the
So yeah, like, you'll get a kick out of this video. So just know that Andy hooked up with her. She was out in the house, and Chris is getting on my sweatshirt, and now it's gone. Like, how did I?
How did you lose?
Yeah, AY's extracurricular activities.
It's not even his jacket or
No.
anything. Like, can you still talk about it, girl?
No. Jeff's trying to sweep it in. It's coming in.
Yeah?
Yeah, he was. I saw him on the. We had a 4th of July party, and he was like finally actually fired up.
All right, looks like we are going to be all set and ready to go. So the judges have got their score sheets all ready. And it looks like we are ready to start off our heat number 1 of our women's flowboard semifinal with Victoria in the blue jersey. Victoria coming off the nozzle, goes right to work. Nice little carve there. Oh, just gets all the way right into the corner. Goes off right to the middle. Oh, goes for the shove it. Just can't quite get her feet underneath her. Still got about 10 seconds left to try to get back in. And it looks like she's just going to go ahead and wave that one off. And that'll be time for Victoria's first run. That'll bring us up to Sarah in the white jersey next. All right, thumbs up from the judges, and Sarah is off and running. Goes right to work, switching off one side to the other. Nice smooth carves going from one side of the wave, bringing it down to the bottom. Nice 360 there. Halfway through her first run. Gets a little air underneath that ollie there. Little nozzle stall with a little foot plant action. And finishes it off with a nice 360 right at the buzzer. So solid riding there from Sarah. That'll bring up Jess Newman. Just gonna start off with her ollie there. Putting a little bit of air underneath there. Goes for that backside one. Goes for a little love tap grab on that ollie there. About 5 seconds left in Jess's run. Oh, just unfortunately catches a rail, and that will be time for Jess Newman's first run. All right, and that'll bring us to our final competitor in the rotation, Abby Boddicker coming in. Goes for a backside 180 ollie. Into a 1-8 shove it. Another 1-8 shove it at the top of the wave this time. Goes for that backside big spin. Stomps that down. Less than 10 to go here for Abby. Goes for that fast plant. Throws it down. Sticks it right on top of her feet. And that will be time with another backside big spin right at the buzzer. So solid ride there for Abby Boddicker.
Never mind. No, don't hook me up for that. I'm good.
What were we going to get, guys?
He wants the medium.
A medium one of that? Yeah. Let me go. You can take that one right there. That's perfect. Just with the bag and everything. So. Yeah, and then if you want to just scan that for that.
You sure you don't want a board for it? They may let you out there if you get a board. I wonder how much these boards are. That's crazy.
There should be another. It should be on there as well. So it would have.
You know what? I think it is on here. I think I did see a board. Yeah, flow.
Oh, yeah,
boards.
there it is.
I just don't know the difference to them because there's no way I could even stand up on it. So,
Okay, so I finally got a kickstand. So what's the damage?
So for one of the shirts, I believe it's right up there. It should be the. So this one is the tour one right here. It should be the top one. The brown one. Yeah, so 30.
30, and then you're not kicking out?
I may decide to come back.
Okay, so just 30.
Yes, just 30 then. And we're doing it on Venmo,
Yes.
correct? Yes.
Are you Josh? Oh, okay. All right.
Awesome. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, and that'll be time there for Sarah on her second run.
I like the first one better.
That'll bring back in Jess Newman for her second run here in our women's flowboard division. Getting 2 heats. Our top 2 competitors from each heat will go and advance on into the finals, where they will duke it out for the championship. Jess going for that backside 180 there. Nice little love tap on that ollie. Less than 5 to go here for Jess. Goes to that front side 360, sticks it this time, and that will be time there for Jess Newman.
Just a little bit better. Not much. Score though.
All right, and that'll finish out the rotation here with Abby Boddicker going in. Going for a indie grab there on that ollie, going right into a front side 1-8 shove, into another shove there, going at the top of the wave. Another shove it going across the wave this time, adding a little bit of difficulty to it. Backside 180 ollie. Less than 5 to go here for Abby. Goes for that 360 shove it, just getting a little bit too far ahead of her board there. And that will be time for Abby on her second run. All right, we are on to third and final run time here in heat number 1. Victoria up on the wave. Oh, switches it around, just can't quite keep herself on the board. Still got about halfway through her run, so plenty of time to get back up on the wave. She's going to stomp on down on the top. Give it a nice little stall on the nozzle. Less than 5 to go here for Victoria. Gonna set it up, swing it around, go for that backside 360, just catching those toes. And that will be time for Victoria's third and final run there. All right, and then heat number two, we got Hannah, then we got Shannon, Jess, and Amanda. You guys are gonna be next, so you'll be checking in here shortly. As we got Sarah back up on the wave for run number 3. Starting off with that nice little toe tap, nose stall. Gets a little air under that ollie. Halfway through her run. Goes for another ollie. Swings it around with a nice smooth 360. Less than 5 to go here for Sarah. Oh, goes for the shove. It gets it under her feet, but just can't quite stand up on it. So close. And that will be time for Sarah's third run.
Let her know she only needs a 2.9 to advance.
All right, third and final run time here. Jess Newman goes for a nice little ollie there. Swings it around, backside 360. Goes for that backside 180 there. Less than 5 to go here for Jess. Gives another nice ollie there. And gives a nice little grab there on that ollie, and that will be time for Jess Newman's third run. All right. Final competitor here in heat number 1 of our women's flowboarding division. Abby Boddicker going with a nice little shove it down there in the flats. Brings it up to the top of the wave. Another 1-8 shove. Goes for the 360 shove it in the flats. Sticks that one. Abby right at about 5 seconds left. Oh, goes for the 540 big spin. Definitely throwing down the amplitude on run number 3, and that will be time for Abby Boddicker. One more 3 shove to boot. Why not? All right, that will conclude heat number 1. Heat number 2, if you guys are all checked in, got jerseys, go ahead and get yourself a practice run. And we'll see you here soon at the U.S. Flow Tour 2025 from Camelbeach Resort.
Yeah, dude, it's like sometimes I just have to move my neck and it just cracks. slot might not come top of the bag, right? Watch it. See how this runs?
I'd probably do it. All three times as well. The first time I do a big flip. I literally stomped like 4 the other day on my way. I slipped out. I did not land one. I slipped out on every single one. Just making me really mad. I was trying a backside flip and I didn't make it. And I just found it way easier to flip. I don't know if I can even get rotation on this thing. I haven't tried to take the ball.
When you do it, like, what's your favorite slow way?
Do an outlaw. Huh? Do an outlaw. You're doing an outlaw? There's one open spot in there. He said I'm not allowed to use a safe trick, just straight big tricks. I like that. So no safe trick. I tell my mom this, she doesn't get mad at me when I say it.
Blame me, bro. I'm always the bad guy.
Yeah, just so you know it.
Trying to get you to move out.
I still got 3 more years of doing this. I really wanted to. I don't turn 18 until...
Oh, bro.
I think it's my last year in
What
junior.
time are we supposed to come back,
next year
for the final?
and Outlaw.
So basically for finals today, we're probably going to be,
My choice.
I see it's 5 on the schedule, but I think we're going according to the schedule earlier.
Well, so we're going to try to actually do some of the stuff tomorrow at the end of the day today, because we're a little bit early right now. So it'll probably be right about at what the end of the scheduled day on Saturdays and everything. It'll probably be close to around that time. So right around like 5 o'clock, somewhere in there.
Okay, I have the small one. I'm gonna put him.
Oh, no, yeah.
Yeah.
You do whatever you
No,
can.
I also want him like to be involved, like with the medals and all stuff. It's gonna be fun for them. So we will be back another time. Thank you so much.
No problem.
That's the thing.
So you're telling me I did something good today, huh?
I've never done any division with that.
You're telling me I didn't make them sound Hawaiian? I didn't make it sound Hawaiian? Like
That's
Andy?
actually how it's supposed to be pronounced. I think Andy does it wrong at a spike. I actually got my phone feeling, so I want to reapply social media to get back on the live stream and talk around.
Time to get tell mother I'm doing Outlaw. Okay, thank you, Josh.
No worries, bro.
I'm gonna go tell my mom I'm doing Outlaw.
Wait, is that what I have to be see.
Yeah, probably gonna do it today.
Yeah.
Better than doing it in the sun than doing it freezing or...
Well, I gotta kind of reset.
It's just a little bit easier. You don't have to...
Yeah, give him another practice. Give him one more.
Okay, one more time.
Should have said something. I would have went first.
All right, there we go. Now my voice comes through. Hey. All right. So starting us off in the blue jersey, we got Hannah going in. 30 seconds are going to be on the clock. Whenever you are ready, Hannah. Hannah doing some nice carving, going around all the way, all parts of the wave. Bring it down right to the nozzle. Gets a nice little ollie there. Getting some air underneath the board. Less than 10 to go. Another little ollie. Oh, goes for the shove it. Just cannot quite connect. And that will be time for Hannah's first run. All right. Thumbs up from the judges. Shannon McDonald. First run. Shannon going for a no lead right there. Goes for the show pony. Little hand plant on the board. Kicking that front foot out. Less than 10 seconds left. Swings it around. Nice backside 360. With another ollie there. And that will be time for Shannon on her first run. All right, next on the wave. Next we got Jess in the black jersey. Jess showing some nice controlled movements, going all the way across from one side to the other. Giving that nice little pop ollie there on the left side. Less than 10 seconds to go here for Jess. Trying to get a little bit more air underneath that one. Carves it up all the way to the top, and that will be time there for Jess's first run. All right, final competitor here in the rotation, Amanda Nye, going with a nice little ollie, going across the top part of that wake there. Goes into a nice 1-8 shove it. Pulls it up to the top of the wave with a backside 180 air. Into another 1-8 shove it up top. About 5 seconds left, gives another ollie over there. Into another 1-8 shove it on the opposite side of the wave. So that's a solid first run there for Amanda Nye. All right, thumbs up from the judges. We are going on to run number 2 here in our Heat 2 of women's flowboarding. Again, this is just day 1 of our competition here. Our amateur divisions today, plus probably one more. And then we'll be going into our pros tomorrow. Those pro riders will be getting all the action in tomorrow. Right now, Hannah staying on top of that board. Oh, goes for the shove it, just gets it a little bit behind her feet. Still solid riding there from Hannah. All right, that'll bring in Shannon for her second run. Goes to that little ollie there in the corner pocket. Another one of those nice little pop ollies. Pulls it down into that show pony. Keeping it on there, actually going across the wave in that situation. Less than 10 to go here for Shannon. Swings it around, goes for that backside 360 to finish it off. And that will be time there for Shannon. All right, 30 seconds back up on the clock. Jess going in for her second run now. Carving it up all the way towards the top of the wave. And about halfway through her run. Setting it up down there. Nice little pop ollie there. Brings it down all the way in the flats. Less than 5 to go. And that will be time for Jess on her second run. So solid run from all of our female competitors here today. Going to make it a little bit hard on the judges to go and see which top two will go and advance on to the finals. As we will be getting into that shortly after this heat. And then we'll be going into our biggest division of the day, our men's flowboarders. Amanda hacking some water out of the wave there, watering the plants, as we like to say, right into that 1-8 shove it, and swings it over to the other side of the wave with another 1-8 shove. Oh, she tried to go for that big spin, just could not quite get that back from her to the board under her. Less than 5 to go. See if she can drop on in and do something. Unfortunately, that will be time for Amanda's second run. All right, third run time. Oh, Hannah going for it again. Just can't quite stick that. Got less than 5 to see if she can go get back in there really quick. Get one more trick. Oh, and unfortunately, that will be time there for Hannah. All right, so next up on the wave, Shannon McDonald. Gonna start trying to get that pop ollie off there. Another one of those little pop ollies. Right into that show pony. Less than 10 to go here for Shannon. Swings around. Oh, just getting a little squirrely there on that backside 360, and then that will be time for Shannon's third run. All right, 30 seconds back up on the clock. Jess coming in for her third run. Sets it up. Oh, goes for the shove. It just gets her footing just a little bit out in front of that board. Had the rotation, just barely missed it. Still got some time. Get back in there, get it one more time. Oh, goes her again. Oh, got her feet on it this time, but Jess couldn't quite stand up. And unfortunately, that will be the end of Jess's third run. Still, solid tries. Almost had it there. Super, super close. And that'll bring up Amanda Nye for her third and final run. Goes for that ollie across the top of the wave. Into a 1-8 shove it. Oh, goes for that big spin again. Jess gets a little bit on the heels. She'll have around just a little under 10 seconds to try to go ahead and do one more trick, maybe. Pops that board back down. And goes for it again. Pulls it around this time. And that will be our third and final run here. We'll go ahead and tabulate the scores, and we'll get the lineup set and ready for our women's flowboard final here shortly. All right, so it looks like the order coming up here for our women's flowboard final is going to be in the blue, Shannon McDonald, Jess Newman in the white, Abby Boddicker in the black, and Amanda Nye in that gold jersey. Thumbs up from the judges, all set, ready to go. Shannon McDonald starting us off here in run number 1. All right, Shannon going again with that show pony, kicking that front leg out, putting a little style back into the game. All right, swings around that backside 360, 2, 1, and then a little pop-off ollie there right at the end of time. So solid first run there for Shannon. So some solid riding here in run number 1 from all of our competitors. So again, don't envy the judges because things are going to get down to little microscopic little things that could go and mean first or second or third, maybe fourth. It's all going to be on the table right now. As we're going into run number 2 here, Shannon going right to work, getting a nice little pop ollie there, starting off her run. Pulls it over to the right side, goes to that backside 360 in the middle of her run this time. Another ollie there. Shannon's got less than 5 seconds to go. Gives her one more ollie there, trying to go and up the amplitude every time if she can. And that will be time there for Shannon McDonald. All right, and that'll bring up Jess Newman for her second run here. Jess goes to work with that ollie on the right side there. Cuts it down into that backside 360, into the backside 180 air. Goes to that front side 360 there. Into an ollie with a little bit of a nose grab. Less than 5 to go for her. Swings it around with another backside 360. And that will be time for Jess Newman. All right, Abby Boddicker goes into work. Shove it's on top of the wave. Goes across the wave doing that 1-8 shove it. Right about the 10-second mark. Swings it around 360 into the 1-8 shove it. Oh, just can't quite keep it. The board's going to be down in the water. Watch out, coming up. Deadwood. It's like our version of hay bale, or what's those things that, you know, tumbleweed. All right, we're on run number 2 here of our female flowboard division. Men's flowboard, heat number 1. You guys will be up next after these guys. So Kyle, Daniel, Evan, Mike Caffrey, and Eli, you guys will be up next right after we are done here with this final. Amanda Nye on the wave halfway through. Hits a nice little shove it. Another 1-8 shove it there. Goes for that 1-8 shove going across the top of the wave. Swings it around with another backside 360 into an ollie. And that will be time there for Amanda Nye's second run. All right. Looks like we are all set and ready to go. Run number 3 time. All right, Shannon with less than 10 to go in her run. Try to get a little bit of air into that backside. All right, and that'll be time there for Shannon McDonald's third and final run. All right, third and final run time here for Jess Newman. Goes right to work with that ollie. Swings around that backside 360 into that backside 180 air. Swings around with that front side 360 there. Setting it up. Goes for that 1-8 shove. Oh, just getting a little bit on the heels. And unfortunately, that will be time there for Jess Newman. All right, Abby's got 30 seconds on the clock. Goes to work with a nice little indie grab. A 1-8 shove it down in the flats. Goes for another 1-8 shove it on top of the wave. It goes for that nice 360 into the shove it there. Sets it up with that backside big spin going across the top of that wave. And that will be time there for Abby Boddicker. Stylish little 3-stroke right after. Why not? Do this. All right. Last and final competitor here in our women's flowboarding division, Amanda Nye going to work. A nice little ollie over the middle of the wake. 1-8 shove it on the top. Brings it down a little bit further with another 1-8 shove. Goes for the 1-8 shove going across the top of the wake. Spins it out in the quarter pocket. Goes to that backside big spin. Less than 5 to go. Gives another a nice ollie with the grab, and that will be time there for Amanda Nye. All right, so our men's flowboarders, go ahead, get yourself a little bit of a practice run. right, looks like we are all set and ready to go. So we'll be starting with Kyle in the red jersey. "30 seconds is on the clock. Thumbs up from the judges, ready to go." Oh my goodness, watch out there. Kyle just getting a little bit on the toes there. Halfway through his run, still got about 15 seconds left. Oh, goes for the 1-8 shove, just cannot quite get that board turned around. And that, unfortunately, will be time for Kyle's first run. Next up, we'll have Daniel in the blue jersey. Thumbs up from the judges, ready to go. Daniel, whenever you are ready, drop on in. Daniel's going to start us off on the nozzle here. Swings it on over to the right side of the wave. Carving it up, back carving it, 360. Throwing out some nice, smooth hacks of water off of this two-jet flow rider here at Camelbeach. Nice little nose stall there on the rail, going across the top. Less than 5 to go here for Daniel. Pops that board up, tries to get the fast plant, just couldn't quite keep it in his hands. And unfortunately will be time for Daniel's first run. So the format for this competition here, gonna have our top 2 competitors go out of our 3 quarterfinal heats. All right, Evan Strobel up on the wave now for his first run. Nice little 1-8 shove in there for Evan. Another 1-8 shove. Goes for the 360 shove it. Oh, geez, just kicks that board out just underneath him. And that will be time for Evan's first run. And he had the rotation, had the landing right down, just could not quite keep the balance and kicked that board out from underneath him. He'll be looking to hit that next run for sure. As now that's going to take us into the black jersey in a rotation, Mike Caffrey. Mike carving it up over to the right side of the wave. Gets another pop volley there. Trying to get some air underneath that wave and the board. Pops the board up, fast plants it back down onto his feet. Goes for that front side 1-8 shove. Less than 5 to go. Swings it around, front side 360. Into a rail slide up at the top. That will be time for Mike Caffrey. All right, and our final rider of the rotation, Eli Hanono. Pops it up with that ollie going across the wake there. Into that backside 180 ollie. Goes with that ollie with a nose grab. Into the front side 180 ollie. And gives it one more ollie right at the buzzer, and that will be time for Eli Hanono's first run. All right, back up to the top of the order with Kyle in the red jersey. Starting out, carving off right up into that corner. Nice little smooth, controlled backside 360 going down the wave. Nice little ollie there up in the middle of the wave. There we go. That's the 1-8 shove it he was looking for last run. Less than 5 to go here for Kyle. Another 1-8 shove it down towards the flats. A solid ending to his run there. All right, Daniel starting off in the switch stance here. Brings it back around into the regular stance. Nice little switch backside carve there. Nice little ollie there. Goes for another ollie right in the middle of the wave. Less than 5 here for Daniel's second run. Oh, tries to go for that fast one again. Goes for the ghost ride the whip. Just could not quite connect himself back onto the board. How do you like the name of that trick, Josh? Ghost ride the whip? That's a pretty fun one. All right, 30 seconds on the clock, ready to go. Evan Strobel coming in for a second run here. Quarterfinal heat number 1 of our men's flowboarding division. Starts us off with a nice little ollie. Getting himself fully on top of that wave. Goes for another ollie going across the top of the wave. Oh, just runs out of real estate. He'll be able to get back in there. He's still about halfway through his run. There's that 360 shove it that we were looking for. Into a 1-8 shove it down in the flats. Into another 360 shove it on top there. And that will be time there for Evan Strobel in the second run. Solid ending. Totally making up for a little bit of a falter there in the middle of the run is what you want to see. Throw out your big tricks. Give yourself that score back. All right, thumbs up from the judges. Ready to go. Mike Caffrey in the black jersey. Run number 2. Mike trying to get a little bit of air right off that rail. Nice little ollie there up in the mid part of the wave. Pops that board up. Plants that fast plant down. Less than 10 to go here for Caffrey. Nice front side 1-8 shove. Switches it around into his switch stance. Little switch rail slide there right at the buzzer. And that will be time for Mike Caffrey in his second run. All right, final competitor of run number 2 here, Eli Hanono. Goes for that ollie going across the wake. Starting his run off nice. Pushes it back around. Backside 180 ollie. Goes for that frontside 180 air. Eli got about 5 seconds left to go. Goes for that ollie. Just misses that nose tap there. And gives us one more ollie there to finish off his run. So solid second run there for Eli. All right, we're into third and final run time here in quarterfinal heat number 1. Oh, just getting a little bit on the heels there is Kyle. Still about halfway through. You got 15 seconds. Plenty of time to get back in there. Oh, goes for the 1-8 shove again. Just can't quite connect. And unfortunately, that will be time for Kyle's third and final run there. All right, 30 seconds back up on the clock. Daniel Noda pops it on in, starting his run off. Goes for that air, swings it around into a nice little back carve there, up on the top rail. Nice little tail slide there. Swings it around with a nice set of backside 360s. Oh, goes for that backside big spin, but just can't quite get that board underneath him. Unfortunately, that will be time for Daniel's third run. All right, 30 seconds back up on the clock. Evan going to work. Nice 1-8 shove it there for Evan. Into another 1-8 shove. Into the 360 shove it. Pulls that board around, fast plants it into the switch stance. Less than 5 to go here for Evan. Switches it back around to his regular stance, stays up on the board, and that will beat time for Evan Strobel in his third run. All right, judges are all set. Next competitor up. Run number 3 in heat number 1 of our quarterfinals here in men's flowboarding. Mike going to work, getting a little nose grab in there on that ollie. Oh, 1-8 shove it, just missing that back foot. Still, he's got plenty of time to keep on going. Pops that fast plant down. Less than 10 to go here for Mike. Swings it around, front side 360, into a shove it, continuing around, reverting around for another 360. And that will be time there for Mike Caffrey. bring us into our final competitor here in heat number 1. Eli Hanono, thumbs up from the judges, ready to go. Starts it off with a nice little ollie going across the wave. Oh, goes for the backside big spin again this time. Just cannot quite connect on there. He says, I don't care about the headset. Give me my board. Less than 5 to go here for Eli. Give us one more. Give us one more hit. Hey, there we go. That's a 3 shove. And that will be time for Eli. No. All right, so we'll be going into heat number 2 of our men's flowboarding division. We got Skyler in the blue, Mike Fitzpatrick in the white, Winfield in the black, Rhett Powell in the gold. So you guys go ahead, get yourself a couple practice runs in here, and we'll be back with you here shortly at the U.S. Slow Tour 2025 here from Camelbeach Resort. All right, everybody got a couple practice rides? Perfect. That's what I like to hear. All right, so we're going to be starting out with Skylar in the blue. All right, whenever you're ready, Skylar, you can go on ahead. One sec. All right, now we're in. Nice little back carve there. Pull it around up to the top. Nice little ollie there on the left side there. Pops that board around. Finger flips it back on down. Backside 360 into that backside 180 here. Another nice ollie there on the left side. Less than 5 to go. Another backside 180 right at the end of time. And that'll be Skylar's first run. It's a solid first run there for him. All right, next up in the lineup, going to be Mike Fitzpatrick in the white jersey. Mike starting us off with an ollie with a nice little grab there. Oh, pops that board around. Finger flips it down, back on top of it. Front side 360s up to the top of the rail. Brings it all the way down to the front. No stall, body variant. And that will be time there for Mike Fitzpatrick in his first run. All right, thumbs up from the judges. Next up in the lineup, Bluefield Austin starting it out in the switch stance. Body barrels it around back into his normal stance. Brings it back into the switch stance. Pops that board up, fast plants it back down. Nice little ollie going across the wave. Oh, combos it into that frontside 360, but just loses that back edge. It's going to have about 5 seconds left when he gets towards the rail. Unfortunately, I think that'll be the end of Winfield's first run there. All right, thumbs up from the judges. Last in the lineup here in quarterfinal heat number 2. Red Powell giving us a nice little ollie north there, kicking that front foot out in front of the board into a backside 180 ollie. Nice little 1/8 shove it down in the flats into a 1/8 shove it up towards the top of the rail. Goes with a nice little front side grab there. Pops that board around, hits that fast plant right as time expires. It's a solid run there for Rhett Powell.
All right, we are back in action here. Run number 2 time now. Looks like he was going for a little alley-oop ollie, but decides to go a little bit smaller, get that bigger ollie there at the end into a backside 180 ollie. Oh, goes to try to combo it into that front side, or into that backside 180 shove. Just cannot quite connect there, so he's going to go out the back. Still got plenty of time here. Got about 5 seconds left here for Skyler. Oh, looked like he tried to go for a little bit more higher amplitude here on that 180 shove it, but just couldn't quite get his feet down. And that'll be time for Skyler here on his second run. All right, next up, Mike Fitzpatrick. Starting off from that left corner pocket. Goes to work, goes for that little love tap on that nose there with that ollie. Pulls that board around the world, finger flips it down, stomps on top of it. Halfway through his run, switches around in that front side 360. Pulls that board up to the top, brings it down, no stall, body varial, and that will be time there for Mike Fitzpatrick. Winfield Austin next in line. Starting us off on the left side of the wave there. Goes right for the 1-8 shove it. Pulls it around into his switch stance. Nice little switch body varial there. Pops that board up. Pulls it down for the fast plant. Less than 10 to go here for Winfield. Goes to that backside 180. Finishes it around with a nice backside 360, and that will be time for Winfield Austin. All right, finishing off run number 2 here, Rhett Powell. Another ollie north, giving a little hi-ya kick off of that board. Nice backside 180 ollie. Into a 1-8 shove it down in the flats. Hits that fast plant on top there. Into another 1-8 shove it. Less than 5 to go here for Rhett. Into an alley-oop backside 180. And that will be time there for Rhett Powell. All right, we're in heat number 2 right now. Heat number 3, Javon Conley, you're going to be up next with Luke Powell, Quinn Ashley, and Adrian Azzolini. You guys will be up next. As we are in run number 3 time, Skyler looking to go and put some amplitude underneath that ollie. Got that one out there. Pulls that board around, finger flips it down for the fast plant. Into a nice backside 180 ollie there. Oh, 1-8 shove, just can't quite keep it on there. Less than 5 to go. Oh, goes for the 3 shove, but just can't quite connect. And that will be time there for Skyler on his 3rd and final run.
playing for.
Alright, one of the divisions also wasn't playing.
Since you're in third, yeah, you need a 4-6.
You need like point. Big one.
Smart.
Big.
Good shove.
All right, thumbs up from the judges. Mike Fitzpatrick going on in. Goes for that ollie with a little bit of a grab there. Pulls that board up. Bringing it back down to the front nozzle. Going for that body varial on the nozzle. Right at around the 10-second mark here. Setting it up, goes for that switch, shove it. Oh, just can't quite keep himself up. And unfortunately, he knows that's probably not going to cut it. That will be time for Mike Fitzpatrick. You almost had it. You were standing on that thing. Blame it on the Coriolis effect. Like, if we were in Australia, you would have spun the other way and it would have stayed up. All right, Winfield in for run number 3. Starts it off with that switch body varial. Pops around, switch stance, throwing it into his regular stance with that fast plant. Oh, just getting a little squirrely on the landing there. Having to go and hand drag himself back up. Goes for that ollie going across the wake. And gets that 1-8 shove it in right at the end of time. So that will be the end of Winfield Austin's third and final run. All right, looks like we are all set and ready to go. Final competitor here in quarterfinal, heat number 2, Rhett Powell. Goes right to work with a 360 shove it. Into that ollie north, kicking that front foot out in front of that board. Oh, goes to the backside 180 ollie north. Oh, goes for the backside big spin. That's what you get for being too confident, my boy. You got less than 2 seconds. And that will be time there for Rhett Powell. Let's give it up for our heat number 2. Heat number 3. Go ahead, get yourselves a couple practice runs.
TK was looking the one. I was basically relaying my piece.
No, but he's like, drink it, and it's like zero, like, it's like zero as in it's gone, or zero, oh no, you zero like your price for it. Because I said something stupid. I was like, my hot spot.
Yeah.
I was like, God, and I was like, never mind.
Yeah, he literally, he said the response as we were mid like.
I was like, hey Robert, it goes soup there, but he's like, what?
Ben, Ben, you found the hose?
You left it to me. You told me why nobody else has it.
Good man, bro. Good job.
All right, looks like we are all set and ready to go for heat number 3 here in our quarterfinals in the men's flowboarding division. Seeing a lot of good riding here on the first 2 heats. Expecting the exact same out of heat number 3, as we are going to be starting with Javon first in the blue jersey. Leading us off strong, my guy, strong. All right, so 30 seconds on the clock, ready to go. Nice ollie there from Javon, getting some air underneath that board. Into the 1-8 shove it. Another 1-8 shove it there. Carving it up all the way to that top rail. Getting a nice little ollie with backside grab. Less than 10 to go here for Javon. Pops that board out, fast plants it back down. And that'll be time there for Javon. See, who said to be nervous going first? All right, that'll bring us into Luke Powell hitting that roast beef grab, starting off his run into the backside 180 air. Into the 1-8 shove it. Less than 10 to go here for Luke. Another 1-8 shove. And into one more 1-8 shove. Why not? A little bit squirrely there after that one, but that will be time for Luke Powell on his first run. All right, next up, that'll bring in Quinn Ashley in the black jersey. Starting us off right away with that 1-8 shove it down the flats. Give it a nice little ollie in there with an Indy. 360 shove it down in the flats into a backside 180 ollie. Another 1-8 shove it in the flats on the opposite side. Pulls that board around, finger flips down that fast plant. Less than 5 to go here for Quinn. Goes with another ollie going across the top of the wake and a little alley-oop ollie down in the flats. And that will be time for Quinn Ashley's first run. All right, thumbs up from the judges. Ready to go. Final competitor in the order is going to be Adrian Azzolini. Starts us off with a nice backside big spin. Going across the top of the wave there. Into that ollie with a nose grab. Into that backside 180 ollie going over there. Pops that board up. Brings it back down, finishes that fast plant. Less than 5 to go. He's going to go and ride off to the sunset, make sure he gets a nice clean run in there on that first run. All right, second run time here for Javon. Nice little fast plant there. Brings that board around. Nice fakie big spin. Nice little Indy grab there on that ollie. Right at the 10-second mark. Ollie's it across the top of that wave. Oh, just barely kept that board on his fingertips there to get that fast plant, and that will be time for Javon on his second run. I'm like, you got that sticky stuff on the fingertips there? Being able to grab that board all day? All right, next up in the lineup, Luke Powell. Thumbs up from the judges, ready to go. Starts it off with a little double grab ollie there. Oh, goes for the 1-8 shove it. Just got that board a little bit out in front of him. Still about halfway through his run. There's that 1-8 shove it. Less than 5 to go here for Luke. Another ollie. Oh, just coming unglued. And that will be time there for Luke Powell. All right, that'll bring up Quinn Ashley. Ready to go for his second run. Starts off with a nice little ollie down in the flats there. Into the 360 shove it across that top rail. Nice 1-8 shove it down there in the flats. Pops that board into a fast plant 180. Into another 3 shove down in the flats there. Backside 180 ollie with less than 10 to go. Another 1-8 shove down there. And a nice little ollie going across the wave with a nose grab. And that will be time for Quinn Ashley on his second run. Definitely goes and ups the amplitude there, knowing that he had a solid run on the first run. Could go a little bit bigger, try a little bit harder tricks there on that second one. Putting a lot of pressure on the competitors there. All right, finishing off this second heat, or second runs here in this third heat. Adrian Azzolini, nice little backside big spin. Starting off his run. Definitely gets a little bit difficult when you're doing those bigger tricks at either the beginning or the end of your runs. Goes for that backside 180 with a little nose tap. Less than 10 to go here for Adrian. Pops that board around. Fast plants it down. Less than 5 seconds to go. And that will be time there for Adrian on his second run. All right, third and final run time in our final quarterfinal here. Again, our top 2 competitors will be advancing on as we got Javon back in the wave. Goes right to work with that ollie up on the wave. Another nice little ollie, getting a little bit bigger amplitude on that one. Into a nice 1-8 shove it. Spins it around 360 there. Ollies it across the top of that wake. Less than 5 to go for Javon. Hits another nice 1-8 shove it. And that will be time there for Javon. So solid riding here from all of our competitors in this third heat. All right, that'll bring in Luke Powell. Starts us off with a nice little ollie there. Goes into a 1-8 shove it. Oh, goes for the little nose grab on that ollie. Just got a little bit squirrely on that one. Oh, goes for a 1-8 shove with just a little bit bigger amplitude. Just can't quite connect. Got less than 5 to go here for Luke. And that will be time there for Luke Powell. Oh, just missing that little other 1-8 shove. Oh, Quinn tried to go for that front side 1A shove, just couldn't quite get that board out of the water. He's going to go and fast plant it back in. Goes for that 360 shove it down in the flats. Oh, goes for the 540 shove it going across the wave. Oh, he looks like he was going for the 720 shove there. Just got the board a little bit under rotated on that one, but still a valiant effort there from Quinn Ashley on his third run. And that will bring us up to our final competitor here in heat number 3 of the quarterfinals, Adrian Azzolini. Hops in on that left side, right to work. Oh, goes for that backside big spin, just can't quite hold on to that one. Stays up on the wave though, goes right to work with a nice 1-8 shove. Into a frontside 1-8 shove. Again, just a little bit squirrely on the landing. Less than 10 to go. Oh, goes for that 540 big spin, but just can't quite hit that one. And unfortunately, that will be time for Adrian. So the judges will go ahead and get those scores in. And once we figure those out, we'll hit you up with the semifinal heats and the results here in just a few moments. All right, and just as I say that, we do have our first semifinal heat number 1. Looks like we are going to have Adrian in the white jersey, Eli Hanono in the black jersey, Rhett Powell in the gold jersey. So that will be our heat number 1.
This is spicy now.
Heat number 2, let's see what that looks like. Looks like heat number 2, going to be Winfield Austin in the white, Mike Caffrey in the black, and Quinn Ashley in the gold. So you guys will be up next.
Rhett, off the wave.
Hey, you already had practice, dog. Get off the wave. Yeah, do that in Outlaw.
I do that. They fell out of my bag. I don't.
All right. Looks like our judges have everything ready to go. So we will be starting off with Adrian in the white jersey. 30 seconds on the clock. Ready to go. Adrian starts us off right on the left side of the wave. Goes right to work with that backside big spin. Goes to that ollie with a nose grab. Pops that board up. Fast plants it back on down. Less than 10 to go here for Adrian. Into that backside 180 air. Switches it around into a switch stance. Little switch, little pop ollie. And that will be time there for Adrian.
All right, these scores matter. I don't even count. Just go with that. That's fine. The big spin was the bigger strike right off the bat. 6. Is it worth it 6 or I'll just 5?
All right, ready to go for our next competitor, Eli Hanono. 30 seconds on the clock going in. Brings it up to the top of the wave. Goes for that nice little ollie going across the wave. Swings it back, backside 180 ollie. Another ollie there on the right side. Goes with that front side 180 air. And that will be time for Eli. All right, next up, Rhett Powell goes in, kicking that foot out, that ollie north going across the wake. Into the backside 180. Into a 1-8 shove it there. Halfway through his run, goes for that fast plant, pops it back on down. Less than 10 to go for Rhett. Another ollie north there. And gets another shove it right at the buzzer. So unfortunately, that's going to end his run. Just one move too much.
Probably would have had got that call. 6-5 and double. That one did it.
All right, on to run number 2 in semifinal number 1 here in our men's flowboarding division. Adrian, again goes for that big spin. Just cannot quite connect on that one. A little bit on the back seat there. Plenty of time to get back in. Pops the board back down. Goes for a front side 1-8 shove. Into a regular pop shove it. Into that backside big spin there. And that will be time for Adrian's second run.
That's more. I think he's in the 3 range. And a flat.
All right, Eli Hanono, second run, goes for that same ollie going across the top of the wave. Backside 180 ollie. Goes for the 360 shove it, just can't quite get his feet in. There's less than 5 to go. Looks like he's going to be waving that one off. And that will be time for Eli on his second run. I said feeting.
What are you from Minnesota?
Yes. All right, Rhett Powell, second run, sorry. Gives that ollie north a kick. Goes to that backside 180 there. Into a nice 1-8 shove it down in the flats. Pops that fast land up, back on down to the wave with another 1-8 shove it. Kicks that board out with another ollie north. Spins it with a backside 360. Another backside 180 ollie right at the buzzer, and that will be time for Rhett Powell. Adrian starting off run number 3. Hitting that big spin this time, getting that ollie with the nose grab. Pops that board up, hits that fast plant down. Switches around into his switch stance right at the buzzer. And that will be time there for Adrian on his 3rd run. All right, Eli back in, goes for the backside, big spin. Oh, he had it. He was standing up and just hit those toes just a little bit in the water. Still got 10 seconds left. Hey, there we go. That was a 3 shove right at the buzzer. And that will be time for Eli on his 3rd and final run. And I guess now I can confirm this action right now. We have been told, with maybe the possibility of some weather tomorrow, we're bringing the Outlaw division to the first day's competition. Come on, baby. So we're doing it. Outlaw division going to be up after our men's flowboard final. So we're going to be extending the day here just a little bit. As Rhett Powell goes for that backside 180 ollie north. Nice little fast plant into a shove it in the flats. Another shove it there up towards the top of the wave. Less than 5 to go. 360 shove it. And that will be time for Rhett Powell. So yeah, for all those people thinking, oh yeah, after the men's competition is done, we're done, right? No, we got one more. We're making this day all with what we can while we have the beautiful weather here in Pennsylvania. Because why not? Did you hear that they want Adam Sandler to do Hotel Transylvania? Why? Steve Carell was so good. Semifinal heat number 2 of the men's flowboarding division. Up next. No. If I can't nap, you can't nap. Get back on the wave.
And it was here, right?
All right. Judges are all set, ready to go. Heat number 2. Starting us off in that white jersey, Winfield Austin. Goes from that switch stance, body barrels it back around to his regular stance, switches it back around into his switch stance, puts that fast plant down. Goes for that ollie cross, switches it around into a front side 360. Goes for that front side 1-8 shove it. And that will be time there for Winfield Austin. All right, next up on the wave, Mike Caffrey going to work with that nice little ollie grab there. Halfway through his run, sticks a nice frontside 1-8 shove. Pops that board up, fast plants it back down right at the 5-second mark. Brings it into his switch stance. Tries to get a little air under that backside. And that'll be a nice solid run there for Mike Caffrey. All right, up on the wave, Quinn Ashley going a nice little backside 180 air there. Into a 1-8 shove it down in the flats. It's a nice little indie grab on that ollie. Into a 360 shove it down in the flats. Nice little nose grab there on that one. Less than 10 to go here for Quinn. Backside 180 with an indie grab. 1-8 shove it down in the flats, and that will be time for Quinn on his first run. That'll bring us back to the top of the order with Winfield Austin ready to go. Starting us off on the left side of the wave. Goes for that front side 1-8 shove it. Brings it around into his switch stance for that switch body varial. That backside 180 air. Less than 10 to go here for Winfield. Oh, goes for the fast plant, gives a little shin hit. Ouchie, ouchie, ouchies. My legs hurt just seeing it. Ah. And that will be time there for Winfield. So next up in the lineup, Mike Caffrey. Tries to go an ollie on over the top of that middle part of the wake. Gets a little nice nose grab there. Pops that board up. Slaps it back down for the fast plant. Gets that frontside 1-8 shove. Switches into his switch stance. Switch little rail slide there. Pulls it back up to the top. Nice little combo rail slide there. Nose to tail. And that'll be it for Mike Caffrey on his second run. All right, nice 360 shove it there from Quinn. Another one down in the flats. Landed a little bit squirrely, but still staying on. And another pop ollie there right at the end of time. So that'll be Quinn's second run there. All right, third and final run time here. Winfield starting off that switch body varial. Goes in ollies on over the wake, right into a front side 360. Pops that board up. Fleets that fast plant. Less than 10 to go here for Winfield. Goes to that backside 180. Oh, gives another little pop ollie there right at the buzzer, and that will be time there for Winfield Austin. All right, that'll bring us up into Mike Caffrey for run number 3. All set, ready to go. Starts us off at the top, swings it around up into his switch stance, getting to a nice little set of frontside 360s there. Nice little ollie with a nose grab. Pops that board up, gets that fast plant combo. Less than 10 to go here for Mike. Swings it around, front side 360, shove it. Oh, just couldn't quite complete the rotations on the board. And that will be time there for Mike Caffrey on his third run. Quinn just couldn't quite hold that one in. Still plenty of time to get on back on there for run number 3. Oh, goes for the 540 shove it. Oh, goes for another 540 shove it down in the flats, but just can't quite connect. And that'll be time for Quinn on his third and final run. So that means we're going to go and get those tabulations in, and then we'll get you the running order for our men's flowboard final here shortly, aka as of right now, because looks like the lineup is going to be in the blue jersey, Mike Caffrey, in the white jersey, Adrian Azzolini, black jersey is going to be Red Powell, and in the gold jersey, Quinn Ashley. So that will be your lineup and running order for your men's flowboard final here at Camelbeach. Again, we want to thank our sponsors here, Camelbeach, especially for letting us go ahead and take over their wave for this weekend. Kona Big Wave, Smith, Phase 5, Flowboarders, Flowrider Shop, and Aqua Flowboards. Appreciate all the support. All right, so we are off and running in our men's flowboard final here. Oh, looks like Mike just get a little bit squirrely here on that ollie. Still halfway through his run, got plenty of time left. Pulls it around, 360s into the shove it. Oh, just could not quite connect that combo again. Unfortunately, with those two falters, you just know that's just a complete end to your run basically there. So that will be time for Mike on his first run. So next up in the running order is going to be Adrian Azzolini, ready to go. Goes for that backside big spin to start off his run. Pops that board up into the fast plant. In that ollie with a grab with less than 10 to go. Backside 180 ollie. And pulls it into a switch stance right at the end of time. So that will be Adrian's first run. Again, after this, we are going to have our Outlaw division going next. So in the semifinal Heat 1, going to be Christy Reed, Evan Strobel, Adrian Azzolini, and Tristan Powell. So you guys will be up next right after this final's over. Nice little 1-8 shove it there for Rhett. Right at the 10-second mark. Backside 180 ollie. 360 shove it. And another little quick ollie north there at the buzzer. All right, and finishing out run number 1. Quinn Ashley goes to work right away with that nice shove it. Goes to the indie grab on that ollie. Another 1-8 shove it down in the flats. Pops the fast plant off. Oh, a little squirrely, just a little butt check there. Oh, 360 shove it. Could not quite connect with that one. And unfortunately, with less than 5 to go, looks like he's going to probably be waving that one off. Because that will be time there for Quinn on his first run here in the finals. All right, back up to the top of the order with Mike Caffrey. Brings it up to the top, going with that ollie across the top of the wave. Gives a little nose tap on that ollie there. Pops that board up into the fast plant. Into that front side 1-8 shove. Less than 5 to go. Into a nice little set of front side 360s to go and finish it off. All right, Adrian Azzolini going in for run number 2, starting it off with that backside big spin. Into that ollie with a grab. Backside 180 ollie with that nose tab grab. Goes and hits that fast plant there. Less than 5 to go. Puts it around into his switch dance. A little pop ollie there on the switch dance. And that will be time for Adrian. Oh, Rhett just getting a little bit nose heavy on that ollie north. Still halfway through his run. Plenty of time to go and up the score. Goes for a 1-8 shove. Fortunately, just can't quite keep himself up there. So with those 2 major falters, that will be the end of Rhett's second run there. So Quinn going to start us off with a nice little shove it there. Goes for that backside 180 with a little grab. And so another 1-8 shove down in the flats. Fast plant finger flip combo. Into a 360 shove it going across the top. Ollies it down in the flats with less than 5 to go. One more backside 180 air. And a shove it right on the buzzer, and that will be time for Quinn Ashley.
What's up? Your dad's in 3rd. Yeah, he has only one. He only has a 4 and then a fall score. Yeah. You should know that, bro. You fell.
All right, 3rd and final run time here in our men's flowboarding division. Mike Caffrey going to work. Goes with an ollie with a little nose grab there. Pops that board up, puts it back down for the fast plant. Into that front side 1-8 shove it. Pulls it around front side 360, shove it into that combination 360 there. And that will be time for Mike Caffrey. So solid end to his runs there. All right, 3rd and final run time. Adrian Azzolini going with that backside big spin into a 1-8 shove it down in the flats. Goes with that ollie with a nose grab. Less than 10 to go. backside 180 there. Pops that board up, gets a fast plant right on the buzzer, and that will be time for Adrian Azzolini. All right, third and final run time here for Rhett Powell. Goes for that backside 180 with the nose grab. To that 1-8 shove. Pops that board around for the fast plant. Another 1-8 shove it down there. Ollie north on the left side. Into the switch stance. And that will be time there for Rhett Powell.
The other three shove it as well, so I think it's a you like Adrian better?
All right, and last but not definitely least, finishing up the rotation here in our men's flowboarding division, Quinn Ashley goes to work with a nice little 1-8 shove it there down in the flats, pops that board up, gets that fast plant, little ollie with a nose grab down in the flats, goes for that 360 shove it, into a 360 shove it down in the flats. Less than 5 to go. Backside 180 airs it out. Into another 1-8 shove it down there. And that will be time there for Quinn Ashley. So for our Outlaw division, Christy, Evan, Adrian, and Tristan, you guys will go ahead, get yourself a little practice right here.
just wanted to get a soda, but I couldn't do that at
I'll
all.
buy it for you. And we counted that fall, by the way. You know we count that fall.
I was looking at it and just like, when I looked at you, you're all like,
Yeah.
yeah.
You made it close. You made it closer than it should have been.
Woo! That kid.
Crazy how much better he got on that board.
Where are we at?
Until he did that.
I just restarted the game.
Completely frozen.
I don't know, it's weird because every time you've tried to like go and do it on your computer, it's like all of a sudden like gone and been like, oh hey, I should probably do that on there. Up to you. I got both.
biggest lip.
It was the biggest ollie north that you've seen.
It was the craziest leap north. Yeah. That's so weird. I mean, I respect that he's going on and going around and it's that guy concept.
He was riding last time around, right?
I mean, you'd see more out there if we had more stock, but you know. Telling you. I have my two. That one. You don't have any more of mine.
I'm saying for like us, we have them here in Selma.
Not here.
I could have sworn that's the one we sold.
It's one. There's five here. You see six of them out there.
Right. Fair enough.
Yeah. Sadly, on camera.
Alright. That's good. So don't even worry about, just do it on paper
Alrighty.
now.
Alright.
After Evan, we start this bad boy.
I was about to say, as long as you got that going on right now, that's all I need.
Alright, get started.
Heat is started.
All right, are we all set and ready to go? A little bit of bonus action today. Glad everybody stayed around and stuck in here. Because what happens when you get a little bit of time, you might as well go give us a little extra fun. So for everybody out there who's not familiar with the Outlaw Division gonna get 2 30-second runs and then 3 best trick attempts. So half of their score is gonna be their best 1 out of 2 runs and their best 1 out of 3 best trick results. So that'll be the scoring breakdown here in our Outlaw Division. And we are gonna be starting it off with Christy Reed. Going to work with a nice little ollie going across the wake there. Spins it back around. Into a 1-8 shove, just getting a little heavy on the toes. Still halfway through the run, so plenty of time to get on back in there. Less than 5 to go here for Christy. Oh, goes for the varial flip. Just get that board stuck underneath her. She'll be looking to go and improve on those scores on run number 2. All right, next up, Evan Strobel. Evan goes right into a 360 shove it. Another 1-8 shove it right there. Another 360 shove it going across the wake. Oh, just cannot quite connect with that. Still less than 10 to go here for Evan. And that will be time there for Evan on his first run.
Not being nice.
Your bonus heat.
All right, Adrian. Oh, goes for that big spin to start it off. Just can't quite hit that one. Hey, he goes for the varial flip, though, and sticks that one into a 1-8 shove. Oh, goes for the big spin again, though, but just can't quite connect. And unfortunately, that'll end Adrian's run there. All right, Tristan Powell, nice little ollie north going across the top of the wave there. Into that backside 180 ollie. Backside 180 stalefish there. Close enough. Finishes it off with a 1A shove it. And that'll be time for Tristan Powell. All right, run number 2. Christy going for that ollie across the middle of the wave. Into a 1-8 shove it. Spins it around backside 360. Right about the 5-second mark. Into that fakey big spin. And that will be time there for Christy on her second run. Definitely improving from that first run score. All right, thumbs up from the judges. 30 seconds on the clock. Oh, Evan going for that 360 shove it. Just quite couldn't his feet positioned on the board when it was coming down. He'll pop on in halfway through his run. 1-8 shove it there from Evan. Another 1-8 shove going across the wave. Can he stay on? Just enough and right on the end of time. All right, Adrian back in for his second run. Hits that backside big spin this time. Into that 1-8 shove. Getting that nose grab on that ollie. Backside 180 there. A little fast plant there, and that'll be time there for Adrian Aslini on his second run here.
No flip tricks.
And then our semifinal heat number 2 in the Outlaw division. Got Rhett Powell in the blue, Quinn Ashley in the white, Eli Hanono in the black, and then Jackson Myers going to be in the gold. So you guys will be coming up shortly here. All right, thumbs up from the judges. Rhett Powell going in for, or Tristan Powell, sorry. I just said Rhett's name like 2 seconds ago. Tristan going in, second run here. Nice 1/8 shove it. Nice backside big spin. Nice roast beef grab going over the middle of the wake. Oh, goes for the 360 shove it, just a little bit short on that one. And that will be time right on that 3 shove.
I think that's better than that run. That last pre-show. I just wrote it down. Yeah, all I know is across the wave, which Vixen was decent. Grab was across the wave.
Yeah, it's now. I want to use it now.
All right, so both of our runs are done. Means we're into our best trick portion. So each competitor going to get those 3 best trick attempts. Starting us off on the wave, Christy Reed setting up for best trick number 1. Oh, got the varial flip around just a little bit too heavy on the heels. Just went over the front of the board. She'll be looking to go and get that one stuck underneath there. That'll bring up Evan Strobel in for best trick attempt number 1. Ready to go when you are, Evan. Oh, goes for that 360 shove it going across the wake. Just cannot quite connect it. That'll bring up Adrian for his first best trick attempt. Good to go, Adrian, whenever you are ready. Hits that backside big spin. All right, and that'll bring up Tristan Powell. Goes right to work with a nice clean 360 shove it. All right, all set, ready to go. Right into best trick attempt number 2. Oh, just missed the flick on that board there. All right, Evan, whenever you're ready, come on in. All good, ready to go. All goes for the backside 540 big spin. Just cannot quite connect. So that'll bring up Adrian for his second best trick attempt. Ready to go. Hey, there we go. Adrian hits that varial flip. Stomps on top of that one. Oh, Tristan, he was on top of that backside flip, but just could not quite finish that rotation around to complete it. All right, that means we are on to third and final best trick time. Time to get that best trick landed and scored. Oh, got that varial rotation around, but just got a little bit too forward on the board. And unfortunately, that will be Christy's final best trick attempt. That'll bring back in Evan for his final best trick attempt. Oh, there we go. Little backside 540 big spin. All right, third and final best trick time. Oh, Adrian going for the backside flip. Got his feet on the board, but just couldn't get the body positioning right. Still, he'll be looking to go ahead and maybe try to get that in, as it looks like right now he's found his way advancing on towards the Outlaw. As back in now. Best trick attempts. Oh, again, goes for that back semifinals here in the Outlaw division. Rhett, Quinn, Eli, and Jackson, go ahead, get yourself a couple practice. From the U.S. Flow Tour 2025 edition here at Camelbeach. looks like we are all set and ready to go. Heat number 2 in our Outlaw division. Starting it off with Rhett Powell, kicking off with a Ollie North going across the weight. Goes for the backside 180 with Ollie North. Catches that heel side edge. Still halfway through his run. Into that 360 shove it with less than 5 to go. And that will be time there for Rhett Powell. Oh, after time? After time, lucky him. All right, and that'll put 30 seconds back on the clock. All right, Quinn Ashley going to work. Backside 180 ollie with an indie grab. Into a 1-8, shove it down on the flats. Goes for the ollie with the nose grab. Get a little squirrely on there. Another 1-8, shove it. Into a 360, shove it. Oh, goes for another 360 shove it, but can't quite keep his balance there. Fortunately, that will be the end of his run right now for Quinn Ashley. All right, that'll bring us next in the lineup to Eli Hanono. Eli going with a nice backside 180 ollie there. Goes for an ollie with a little nose grab. Oh, goes for the 360 shove it, but just cannot quite connect. And that'll be the end of Eli's first run. All right, that'll bring in Jackson Myers for his first run attempt. Nice 360 shove it there going across. It's a foot plant shove. Front side 180 shove it. Foot plant 360 shove it that time. Less than 5 to go here for Jackson. Into another 360 shove it. And that will be time there for Jackson Myers. Check, check. All right, we got Jackson Myers back up on the wave. Nice 360 shove it there. Oh, goes for that foot plant 360 shove. Just gets that board a little bit too out in front. About 10 seconds left in his run. Goes for the kick flip. Just under rotates the flip just a little bit. Could not quite get that board around. And that will be time for Jackson Myers. All right, Quinn Ashley back in on the board. Oh, goes for the finger flip out of that fast plant there. Just could not quite connect with the board. And that'll bring him to the 10-second mark in his run. 360 shove it's across the way. And another ollie down there in the flats. And unfortunately, that will be time there for Quinn Ashley. .30 seconds back on the clock. Tristan Powell going to work. Nice amplitude there on that ollie north. Oh, goes for the 1-8 shove it. Just didn't get the board in front of him. He's still halfway through his run. Backside big spin there for Tristan. Less than 5 to go in his run. Oh, goes for the varial. Just could not quite get the landing straight. There you go. Nice 1-8 shove it there for Adrian. Another 1-8 shove on the opposite side. Front side 1-8 shove. Goes for the varial. Oh, just a little sketchy on the landing with less than 5 on the clock. And that will be time for Adrian on his second best run attempt. right, our final run of the day. It's going to go to Jackson Myers, starting us off right away with that 360 shove it into that foot plant 180 shove. Front side 180 shove. Into that foot plant 360 shove it. Oh, goes for the backside big spin, keeps the board on the wave, saves himself some time. Nice 180 shove it in the flats. And that will be time there for Jackson Myers. Now that means since the run portion is done, we are into the best trick portion of the Outlaw division. 3 best trick attempts. Your best score out of those 3 will give you your half of your score. All right, thumbs up from the judges, ready to go. Best trick attempt number 1 for Quinn Ashley. Oh, he went for that 540 shove it. Looked like the wake actually just stopped his board just from even crossing it. So unfortunately not going to be able to get anything there. That'll bring us into Tristan Powell, his first best trick attempt. Oh, going for that varial, just didn't quite get the flick of that board. So that means we will go into Adrian. There you go, Adrian starting it off with a backside big spin. Making sure he gets a score on the board. There we go, Jackson hitting that foot plant 360 shove it. All right, all set, ready to go. Quinn Ashley going in for second best trick attempt here in this Outlaw division final. Oh, again, it just looks like the board just hits the rooster tail and it just kicks a little bit out of the way. So again, we'll go right into Tristan Powell for his second best trick attempt. Backside big spin, gets himself on the board in the best trick portion. Sometimes you just gotta play the game. All right, Adrian on the wave for his second best trick attempt. Oh, got the varial flip around, but his body just got a little bit out in front of that board. So he'll be looking to go and land that on best trick attempt number 3 for him. And that means Jackson Myers gonna finish on out this rotation. goes for the kickflip. That means we are now on to our best trick attempt. Number 3, our final attempts of the day here at Camelbeach. Day number 1 here of the U.S. Flow Tour Northeast Open. Oh, again, Quinn goes for that 544 shove it, but his body actually got way out in front of that one. So just couldn't quite get it there. Still awesome riding today from Quinn. Oh, Tristan again goes for that varial, and it just did not quite get around. Yes. So that will bring back up Adrian Azzolini. Third best trick attempt here. Oh, just didn't quite get the flick of the board. And that, unfortunately, will be his final best trick attempt. And that'll bring us up to our final rider of the day. Here for day number 1, Jackson Myers. Knows he needs to put down a score to go and get himself into the leader's position here. Oh, he's got himself on the kickflip, but just could not quite stick the landing. Let's give it up for all of our flowboarders division here in the Outlaw division. Again, we want to thank all of the sponsors here. Camelbeach, Flowrider, Kona Big Wave, Smith. Hey, thank you Flowrider 101 for bringing out that model wave. Super Duper Surf. And Flowrider Shot. And Phase 5 for all that you have done for the tour this season. Appreciate everything. So we'll go ahead and we'll wrap this up here, and we will go ahead and get the award ceremony here very shortly. And we'll be back to you in just a second.
as flowboarding, flow riders go.
What's your way?
Erie, Pennsylvania, Splash Lagoon. Technical Splash Lagoon. Good wave, it's just shitty to ride it.
So yeah, you'll see there's like some sweatshirts and everything. Like literally, if you saw me probably the last when I actually competed in Texas,
Yeah.
that's where I actually felt good enough.
Okay. Yeah.
Where now my body is like shutting down rapidly, where I'm just like, no thank you.
I know. Well, there's been some nights where, like, we were only doing foot tricks. I come home and I fall asleep. Yeah, no, we bought the knee braces, and I'm like, if I'm in a full suit, I'll be fine.
More comfortably and everything, you know, where it's like you could take a fall or two.
I can't do it.
think so.
Does it make me smaller than I am?
Extra large.
Still, that's better sizes.
Still smaller than usual. Good announcing today, buddy. Well done. Yeah.
Actually, it went by pretty quickly. Not as bad as
Yeah, his board was fire. It was real fast.
All right, looks like we are all set and ready to go. Looks like the first thing that we're going to be going and giving out our awards for, bodyboarding division, youth bodyboarders. So we had 2 people in that heat. And first off, in second, Musov. Go ahead, meet Josh right up there. And in second place in our youth bodyboarding division, or first place, is going to be Julia Haber. All right, let's give it up for our youth bodyboarding division. And now we're going to go ahead and we're going to go and do our youth flowboarding division because there was only one person that was in that division. He rode with our junior riders. He rode with the big guys. That's going to be Alex Nosov. He's going to have so much stuff to carry. Oh, he's got it all. Right in the middle. There we go. All right, awesome job, Alex. And that means we are going to go into our junior bodyboarding division. Junior bodyboarders. In third place in our junior bodyboarding division is going to be Benjamin Tarlow. In second place in our junior bodyboard division is going to go to Winter Nguyen. And that means in first place in junior bodyboarding today is going to go to Rhett Powell. All right, one more time for our junior bodyboarding division. Junior flowboarders, you'll be up next. So coming in third place in our junior flowboarding division is going to go to Amanda Nye. Good job, Winter. In second place in our junior flowboard division is going to go to Abby Boddicker. And in first place in our junior flowboarding division, we just saw him about a few seconds ago, Rhett Powell.
One for every day.
All right. Going from our junior flowboarders into our masters bodyboarding division. In third place is going to go to John Matras. Oh, you are here. I didn't know if you were still here today. Let's go. In second place in our masters bodyboarding division is going to go to Patrick Barr. And that means in first place in our masters bodyboarding division is going to go to Try and Win. So masters bodyboarding up here. Masters flowboard will be next. All right, one more time for our masters bodyboarding division. Next up, we'll be going into masters flowboarding. Masters flowboard third place is going to go to Mike Caffrey. And in second place is going to go to Eli Hanono. And in first place in your Masters flowboarding division is going to go to Patrick Barr. I hit it. All right, one more time for our Masters flowboarding division. Means we are going to go into our women's bodyboarding division, women's bodyboard. In third place in our women's bodyboarding division is going to go to Dom Lozan. In second place in women's bodyboarding is going to go to Amanda Nye. And only a half point ahead, coming in first place, is going to be Winter Nguyen. And after this, we're going to go into our men's bodyboarding division. All right, one more time. Let's give it up for our women's bodyboarding division. So men's bodyboarding division up next. Coming in third place, my guy, the local man, Eamon Orr. In second place in our men's bodyboarding division is going to go to Tristan Powell. And in first place, he's a stranger. Rhett Powell. That guy? No. Oh, hey, there you are. Hey.
No, I'm not.
Rhett Powell, everybody. All right, next up will be our women's flowboarding division. All right, one more time. Let's give it up for our men's bodyboarding division. So next up in our women's flowboarding division, coming in third place is going to be Jess Newman. In second place is going to go to Amanda Nye. And in first place in our women's flowboarding division is going to go to Abby Boddicker. All right, one more time for our women's flowboard division. Next up, going to go into our men's flowboarding division. In third place in men's flowboard is going to go to Adrian Azzolini. If you're going to sing it, you can at least sing it right. I'll sing it if you really need to. No, thank you. My singing voice is no bueno. And next up, second place in our men's flowboarding division, going to go to the man who's been up here a bunch, Rhett Powell. And in first place in our men's flowboarding division is going to go to Quinn Ashley. All right, one more time for our men's flowboarding division. And last but not least, we were able to sneak these guys and girls in. Outlaw division, gonna be coming up here. In third place in the Outlaw division is gonna go to Tristan Powell. Where'd he go? Hey, Outlaw's up, dog. You got third. Eat a cookie on the stage. TK wants his board up there, dog. Come on, TK's looking for money. In second place in the Outlaw division is going to go to Jackson Myers. No, it's right the other way. And in first place in the Outlaw division today is going to go to Adrian Azzolini. All right. Awesome job, everybody, today. We appreciate everybody for sticking it out with us the whole day while we took over this wave. Whee! Josh, how was the day, buddy?
Oh man, day one in the books. Thank you, families from all across the nation, Canada, West Coast, East Coast, from the South, everywhere. We're gonna have a big day tomorrow. Like, subscribe, see you on the stream, and let's have a good day tomorrow.
Heck yeah. Appreciate everything that Josh does here, getting these things situated. TK behind the screen, we appreciate everything you do over there. Another special shout out to our sponsors, Super Duper Surf, Smith, Phase 5, Flow Runner 101 for giving us that little model wave that out here we can play with, Camelbeach Resort, and Kona Big Wave. Make sure to hit that beverage cart on your way out. Get yourself a Kona Big Wave. And we will see you all tomorrow morning for the pros.